All right, let's see if we're back up again. But I got a couple things I got to do, but just give me a second. I tried to bring the broadcast straight back up and online so that you'd have to go through the intro and all that kind of stuff. This looks like it's the same broadcast. I'm not sure if it is. Uh, Frankie Riggs, did you just comment by chance? I'm having problems this morning already. Kind of figured I'd be having some issues this morning. Uh, All right, yeah, I'm back. So we had some tornado type weather come. We had some tornado type weather come through yesterday, and it didn't affect us. I didn't lose power or anything, but it looks like we're having power. I've got some big like protection against my system, but that doesn't really matter. So we're getting some like power surges and stuff like that. My whole house is acting really fucking weird. My wife was driving kids this morning to school. Our driver was not here, so my wife took it over, and she came home and said that power is being lost near our home right now that was not out yesterday. So I'm assuming that there's rerouting of the grid going on, or hey, we got to shut this off to fix this, shut this off to fix that. If I do lose the stream this morning, as a matter of fact, my all my charts are reset. Like everything's set to TSM for some reason. It's like the last saved thing or something like that. So I got to reset all the charts for you this morning. Those are the ones that are down below here. And if I lose power, now that we've made the jump, which people don't want, I guess. Yeah, the chat's out right now too. I can't see the chat. There's no chat right now. So I'm having all kinds of issues today. Now, if I do lose you this morning, now that we've made the jump, this is where your free follower gets the benefit from a community that actually supports what we do here. So thank you for the community that does support what we do here. I did make sure that if we go offline due to power or internet or any of that kind of stuff, I now have. I did work on an internet solution so that if we do lose internet at any point, I may be down for most maybe a half an hour, but I think I can run a stream right now, regardless of anything going on, except maybe like a nuclear war or something. So bear with me as I get the stream set up this morning. You guys can just trade the morning away as I take care of this. We do have one small housekeeping thing that we have to do this morning. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? I apologize I can't read your chat right now. I don't know why I can't read the chat. I probably have to delete the chat and go back through and do the whole entire thing again. Let me see if I can. There it goes. It might start coming back right now. Let's see if it'll start coming back. I still don't see it here. I might have to like shit can it and then bring it back. This sucks. I hate that I have to do this. It's playing in the background. Anyways, I may not be able to read your chat today. So we're going to go over some housekeeping stuff. Yesterday after the close, a guy went on to FinTwit, and he was like, he wasn't mean or nasty or anything. He made a post or something, and I was like, oh, there we go. We got some chat coming up. So the guy that came on FinTwit yesterday, I think I know who he is. Like I'm friendly with him. I don't know him. Um, But he made some comments yesterday on FinTwit, and I know that this happens. And I'm still working on how to deal with it. So what it really is that I couldn't. Twitter's too like not enough. It's not easy to explain this stuff on Twitter. And the hard thing here is this: nobody live streams all day long. Nobody. And people that do live stream all day long, they don't have a camera on them. They don't have all this shit going on. So the issue is that it takes up a lot of my day. Like I have to wake up every morning at between 4. Like I wake up sometimes at 2 a.m. Check the market at 2, go back to bed. 4 a.m. Check the market, go back to sleep. Then I wake up at 6 a.m. I have a wife. I have 2 daughters. I'm a real person in real life. I got dogs. Like I got to go to the dentist and the doctor. I got to do my laundry, clean up after I eat, that kind of stuff, right? Then I got to prep for this show. So there's a lot of like Captain Jim James running around, right? Like Captain Jim James is running around to social media, like Twitter. I have my own personal interests, right? I got a Reddit account, and then we have a Discord. We have got a show. Now we have a lot that goes on, right? I've got administrators and moderators. I'm trying to do interviews of people. I'm trying to launch a tool right now. There's a lot of stuff going on. So it's hard to, and then we're trading a lot. Like we trade, if you think about it, anything that I say is valid until we trade it, right? So we trade something, we move on to the next thing. So number one, it can be a challenge for anyone. It can be a challenge for anyone that's like following me or trading with me. You pretty much have to be like following me on Twitter, following me in the Discord, fucking reading the market briefs I write at nighttime. Then you got to be on the stream with me all day long. So if you just jump in somewhere and you're like, well, I'm going to stop in right now. And it's like, let's say it's like 10:30 in the morning or 12 in the afternoon. If you don't know where we are, and everyone else is there except for you, I would recommend that you just go, I don't know where we are. Maybe I'll ask somebody, where are we? Because what can happen is you think we're somewhere and we're somewhere else, right? One of the benefits of this though is where other people fail is they'll give you like a once a day update or once a week update. Think about that. Most guys out there will write you a brief once a week, or they'll write you a brief in the morning and the nighttime. They don't stream for you all day long. They might sit on FinTwit and at key moments stop in and say something. They might stream for you for 3 hours once a week. So we're kind of like actively trading this as we go along. And if something goes against a thesis, we are there to support you and to trade it the other direction, which is outstanding. Because if you don't have that, you've got to, I'm not going to name companies out there, but companies will say, we're going to do this. And then it goes against, and they have a hard time catching up to say, hey, whoa, we gave you this, all this data said this, but it's going the other way. You should be doing this instead, right? You actually get torched when that happens. Because I used to do that. I used to follow people out there, pay services, and they'd do a whole big thing. They'd show me all the stuff that makes them look smart, and then the market would go against. As a matter of fact, we talk about a company in our chat, if you bring them up, about how they talk to you out of 2 sides of their mouths. And that's an important part of this. I could give you the one way we're going, the other way we're going, and the neutral way, and word it in a way that you wouldn't be able to make your own decisions, right? You'd be like, what the fuck is he saying? Or you'd take your bias and then come back and be like, oh, he gave the other path as well. Now I bring that up because I don't want you to have a bad time here either. I don't want you to get upset or mad. I don't want you to be like, well, this guy yesterday was freaking out, and I'm like, what is he talking about? And then he started tweeting me more and more, and he got angrier and angrier. And the weirdest part is the first tweet that he made, I was like, oh, this guy probably needs to get into the Discord and probably needs to see the market briefs. I'm all happy and stuff. I'm like, hey man, let me get you in and help you out. And then he just went off a fucking rail. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And so I did read what he said, and I was like, this guy is out of the fucking loop. we're basically playing college basketball here, running up and down a court. We're like going coast to coast, and this guy's just jumping on the court. So he doesn't know where he is. He's like out of his element. And he doesn't know it, and he's angry. And I'm like, well, I'll try to talk to him. He didn't want to hear it. So I was like, well, fuck you. You're blocked. Number one. I get why he's there, though. But at any rate, what does that mean? So we're gonna take a look at the market brief from the night before last night. And then we're gonna take a look at last night's market brief and where we are today. I'm not going to go back and show you guys the previous market briefs. And as a matter of fact, if you're watching right now, I think I gave out 12 free months last night to 12 new people to check us out. I would ask you to go back and read the market briefs from the past week or two. If not, read them back all the way from mid-February, because that'll give you a context of where we are. Just, spend some time, go back and be like, what's he writing? Like, check out Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week to start. That way it gives you a reference point of where we are, where we're going, and what we do. We know one other thing, too, here, right? It's either price or time. Price or time. So I want you to know that, too, right? So we're going to look at I'm going to bring up the market brief from 2 nights ago. Then we'll bring up last night's market brief, and let's just see where we are in the market right now. And here's the last caveat before we get into this. I have a straight-faced handle on Twitter. It's called @TradeTheTrigger. It's a place where we just pump things out, right? Like, this is data, this is data, this is data. You might be looking for that handle. Now, it's not really being used a lot right now because we don't have somebody assigned to it, but we are assigning someone to that handle. If you look at my CaptainJimJames handle, it's a mix of all that stuff. It's me shit posting. That's my fucking handle, It's not Trade the Trigger's handle. It's not the Stock Market Show's handle. It's my handle. It's CaptainJimJames' handle. And I choose to use that handle the way that I want to use it, right? I'm not beholden to anybody with that handle. It's a mix of shit posting. It's a mix of stirring the shit pot. It's a mix of facts. It's a mix of things that are very important blended in. So that's why I get follows out there. People know that I'll mix shit posting and then I'll come out and say something that is relevant. Like, hey, you got to be aware of this, or hey, this is going to happen. And if you don't believe me, you can go right to my handle. It's CaptainJimJames, right? Whatever, a bunch of numbers or whatever. And you find out who follows me. Okay, you find out who actually follows me on Twitter. Go through who follows me, because you're going to find like some big names. And I don't mean like a 20,000 person follow. I mean like million follow accounts, 500,000 follow accounts. Now, I don't have a ton of followers. They're not going to push me to any of their friends. Why do they keep me there? Why don't they tell their friends? Because they use me on some kind of a list somewhere to see what I'm saying. All right? Because it's important. Now, at the same time it's important, I'll get drunk middle of the night. Well, I don't actually get drunk. I'll eat a gummy or something, and I'll go on FinTwit and fuck around and get muted. I do that intentionally, by the way, too. Because I don't want 100,000 followers. But just be aware of what that handle is, what the intent behind that handle is, and that kind of stuff. If you guys want me to play it straight-faced, I do. It's on @TradeTheTrigger. I play it straight-faced on @CaptainsAlpha. Those are straight-faced handles. You'll never, ever see CaptainJimJames on those handles. Never have, never will. And remember something, too. This is all free shit, right? This is all free. This guy yesterday was crying, and I was like, wait a minute, I do a live stream for free all fucking day long. In total, probably takes me 60 hours a week, maybe more, for just the show. That's just the show. That's the live stream. That's me prepping. That's me doing work. That's me making sure the fucking microphone works. All that shit's free. I don't pay a fucking dollar for it. I don't have any fucking sponsors. I don't have any advertisements on my show except for the shit that's required from YouTube and Twitch. But I don't do any of that shit, so I don't know what to say to you out there. I don't do pump and dumps. I trade the SPY. I don't move the needle, truly. I don't move the needle on SPY. If you really want to know, I don't. It's too big, right? The complex is just too big. That's why we trade SPY here. So I don't know what to say to this guy. Anyways, we're going to look up so that if you're ever not on the same page, if you're ever like, I don't know where the fuck we are, or this guy's out of his mind, or you're like, what's the context of what Jim's saying? This sounds like, why is he saying this? When he's saying this, 5 minutes ago he said this, then 5 minutes ago he's saying that. What's the actual context? If you want the context, you actually have to follow along. If you can't, you just show up and do your own thing, and you got me in the background chatting with you and ranting and all that kind of shit. So, and we've done this before where we show you the market briefs, and we're going to do it again right now just to make sure that I don't want you mad, too. If you're actually the person that was saying that shit and you're in the stream right now watching, which I bet you are, I'm not mad at you. I wasn't mad at you yesterday. I thought it was very unkind that you made those posts on Twitter and didn't just ask me, hey, I thought it was this and it was that and all this other stuff. And yesterday in particular, I actually drew out for you guys what to expect on the chart here on the show, and it matched exactly what I posted on the market brief. So we're going to go over that right now briefly. Just give me one quick second here. And we're going to look at what I posted in the market brief, not yesterday, but the night before. Give me one quick second. Just a little bit of housekeeping. I don't like muddying things, and things get muddy as it is. And I realize that things get muddy. But I will have none of it. I'll be honest with you out there. I'm not going to have any of it. I'm not going to have any bullshit. I'm not going to have any bullshit out there. What up, David AMS? How are you? Good morning, brother. I love you. I'm sorry I haven't been able to give you a chat, man, and call you. Hope your husband's doing well, brother. Hope everybody out there is doing well. Winky, good to see you, my brother. Love you, too. Good to see everybody out there right now. So give me one quick second here. We're going to look at 2 nights ago. How do I do this? I guess I got to visit the site to look at this. But I'll have none of it. I mean, the reason I'll have none of it is because I'm working my balls off, working like 16, 18-hour days, and I just can't. I don't have any time for it. I don't have the time for the bullshit. I don't have time for trolls. I don't have the time for anyone that doesn't take the time to just reach their hand out and say, hey, Winky Face, can you let me know where we are? Hey, David, can you let me know where you are? David trades all night long, right? We've got support in our community 24 hours a day. David AMS sits out there and he trades all night with you, hands it off to you in the morning. You got John L. stepping in whenever there's panic in the marketplace. I watch John L. jump right in the pool and help people out. I watch Binky out there helping people out. There's moderators. You got Trader Podcast showing up in the Discord and dropping briefs for you. Everyone in here is working nicely together and really positive. So if you're feel like you're out of the loop, just ask, raise your hand, be nice, be a part of the community and go, hey, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Captain's saying this and saying that. I don't know what the fuck he really means, or where is he right now? So we're going to look at it right now. We're going to take a look. Let's take a look here. We'll look together. It's an old brief, so we'll look at it right now. So this is the brief. This is the brief from 2 nights ago. And I wrote, Jerome Powell could be perceived as hawkish today if we were in a no-rate environment coming into a rate environment. Hell, even Financial Juice went with red across the scroller, but we are not in that environment. He was calming markets today, even if you do not know it. Okay? And I want to tell you what the point behind this is right here. There is a setup by large money out there, and they are not looking for a market crash in a 1-minute chart to the 5,000 level. They want a break of 5,000, and they want a trade likely down to currently today like 3,800. That's big, right? That's not 495, is it? It's not 485. It's not 450. It's not 400. It's a major role in the market. These guys are trying to time a Fed rate cut. Now, even VIX bulls were cast to the shadow realm from our friends over at Gamma Labs. Tomorrow, a ton of VIX options will expire. This is VIX expiration. And should VIX stay below 1820s, dealers will be able to buy back long vol positions, i.e. SPX shorts, which could support the market. But for how long is the question? And when we talk about support, we're not talking about on the bell yesterday. We're talking about 5,000, 500. Regardless of outcome, if you have the triggers and velocity, go back in time and look at examples of failure or success of reclaiming the daily trigger on first attempt. And compare with hourly, daily, and weekly velocity, you will notice that a very high percentage of the time, the first attempt at reclaiming the daily trigger fails, regardless of continuation of correction, or we become supportive once again. It will be shorted. Bears should be looking for a pullback to or near the daily trigger. This is a key one right now. I want you to write this down at home right here. Bears should be looking for a pullback or near the daily trigger for now. We will monitor in real time on stream the mechanics of what happens after. Remember, this is in the past. I didn't write this today. I didn't write this yesterday. I wrote this 2 days ago. Now, these are your charts. Our expected path in the marketplace on a 1 hour basis is in white. I want you to see this right here. This is our expected path yesterday morning, and we actually traded this to the T. We came down here, we bounced off 502 yesterday, and then we what? We pin-striked 5,000. Okay? 500. You see it right there? Whoop. I think we might have broke down like here maybe. Might have broke down like right there. But we followed that path, didn't we? Right? And this is an hourly trend, right? So we broke down, we came up here yesterday. They sold this down yesterday, right? Came down here. And where are we trading right now? We actually failed this, didn't we? And we're going to get to this in a little bit. We failed this, didn't we? We failed to get up here yesterday. So we wrote you a new market brief last night. And we're trading right here right now, aren't we? We're testing this right here. So we're going to get into last night's brief in just a moment. But this was the path yesterday. Get rid of all that. For SPOOs. This was the expected path yesterday for Qs. Where did we trade yesterday in Qs? This is the white line. We traded right down there. Almost perfect, right? Trying to regain this right now down below. Almost perfect, right? Gives you a few days here or price before we get there. Expected path on IWM. We did the same thing, didn't we? And now we're right around here, aren't we? I think we're back down here again. We rolled back down here again. This is 2 nights ago. Now we're going to look at yesterday's brief after we failed to move higher, right? We traded higher, we squeezed, and it sold, right? So we're going to look at last night's brief. Let's take a look at last night's brief. Oh, wait a minute, I got the wrong brief. This one right here. So this is last night's brief. A poor close during a confirmed correction. I was asked today if I was buying the close, yet refrained, preferring to sit on my hands. Why? Price's inability to get above the hourly trigger. Right? You just read the brief from the day before, and I said to you, Price's inability to get above the hourly trigger, let alone get above and back check with an inside new high into the end of the day. If anything, I was hoping for some kind of end-of-day bloodbath. If you were here and streamed with me yesterday into the close, I said that to you. I'm like, I'm not getting that down move that I want. So, sit on hands it is. Further, put gamma is getting a little lopsided and concentrated on 5,000, the first chart, with CTAs having shifted to being overweight commodities and now at risk of aggressively selling equities, the second chart. And with only 2 days left after a week of selling with vol control gang nowhere to be found, third chart, it only seems right to get a little last bit of downside before Friday's monthly OPEX. So they're going to, in my view, they're going to try to pin this market in and around 5,000 or 500 on SPY for monthly OPEX on Friday, right? So if we go down a little bit, we'll pull up a little bit. We squeeze up a little bit, we're going to come down a little bit. You can see the concentration right here, can't you? It's right there, big old bar. They don't want to, dealers don't want to pay this shit if they don't have to. But you guys continue to buy puts. This is supportive of the market, believe it or not. You might be thinking, well, we're going to go blast down and I'll do this stuff, but in all reality, it is not. It requires more put buying, more fear, a break of 5,000 so that you buy more puts so that these guys get paid and you get left holding the bag. And there's also not a lot of calls up here. If I had two buckets, I got a bucket right here, whoop, and I got a bucket right here. I gotta fill this entire bucket with my money. I'm the dealer, right? I gotta fill this entire bucket and pay all these people, or I can just pay that money right there, right? Who do I want to pay? These guys or these guys? And this is going to come into yesterday's trade. We're going to talk about this in yesterday's trade, okay? Because yesterday I said some things to you in the morning. All this accumulates into going back to yesterday's trade and this guy that was upset. So here's the CTA positioning. Not good, right? If we begin to make our way above again, CTAs won't be sellers any longer and the market will stabilize. That's at about 5,200. If not, right, and we start selling this level, it's going to be a fast move to the downside in S&P 500. Very dangerous where we are right now. The vol control gang. These are the guys that step in when the market's moving higher and and we start getting some volatility and they go, nope. Like 10:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the afternoon. They've been nowhere to be found, have they? They're just gone now. There's a little bit of sideways here, but nothing confirmed. They're probably going to try to hold us at 5,000. In or around 5,000, or 500, I should say, on SPY. Excuse me. There seems to be some hope that Netflix may save the markets tomorrow. This is today. But I'm hard-pressed to believe their earnings will carry the market, though previous earnings have seen wild swings in price. As a matter of fact, I just went through Netflix expectations this morning, you know, prepping for the show like somebody's supposed to do, like a host supposed to do. And it looks like they have actually fucked over Netflix this season because they swing so wildly with their expectations. Now their expectations are way out of whack. Until price is able to trade above the hourly trigger, for a pullback to the daily trigger, continue to use the hourly trigger as a sell point for further lows. Charts below, right? White lines are expected path, the yellow lines are the alternate path, right? So where are we right now? This is 496, 498. We have the first target right here. Here's your first target. What is that? 5,000. See it? Right there. First green box, expected move off the open this morning, 5,000. Did you take that trade this morning? Probably not. But that's the expected path, off of the bell to 500. Where did we trade this morning? Good, you can tell me. We traded that box this morning. Matter of fact, we traded it almost perfect, right? To where the yellow line could send us back up. This is the alternate trade. Okay? So that's where we are this morning. Not too shabby, right, Cap? Kind of holding you guys over, at least in the overnight through this morning. You could have taken that trade right off the bell this morning and been fucking rich. We got the Qs with the same bullshit down here. We got IWM with the same thing with the white and yellow lines. And then I try to leave a note each night for the bulls, usually at the end of a market brief because we're in a sell the rip regime. Normally I do it for bears at the end of a market brief if we're in a bullish regime. I try to leave a note each night for the bulls as they do not like corrections. If there is one tonight, vol control, if there is a note, not a correction, but a note, vol control is showing some signs of flattening. Netflix earnings and dealers do not want to pay all those puts below. May stabilize any major downside, at least on a higher time frame. keep a magnet on 5,000 and get off the fucking 1-minute charts. Until then, bulls, remember we are in a sell the rip conditions until conditions improve and all corrections return to the scene of the crime. Oh, no, it's two things here. Until then, bulls, remember we're in a sell the rip conditions until conditions improve. Bad verbiage. And the last part is all corrections return to the scene of the crime. They do. Every single one of them do. Every single one. Even if we widen from a correction to a bear market or a market crash, every single one. This includes the COVID crash. The nastiest crashes you've ever seen is a return to the scene of the crime. And in a prior brief, I actually laid out for you how to hedge. I laid out for you how to hedge if you were long the market with SDAO. I laid out for you how to hedge the market with a training video link, right? A link to a training video on how to do a put-back spread. So you should and I also noted in that same market brief that if you did not do any of those things or chose not to take my advice, that all corrections return to the scene of the crime. Just don't panic sell, and we'll be back there soon enough. One other note here. If you're a supporter and you're a bull, this is for bulls, by the way. If you're a supporter, pro traders enjoy expanded outlooks every day in other sectors that have been on the upside while the majors have been correcting. So if you're like, oh, Cap, I don't fucking like this stuff, we actually offer charts for sectors that are fucking pumping right now that you could rotate into. So maybe this gives, I'm hoping that this gives some better clarity. Now, that prior chart that we had here from yesterday, right, this one right here, let's go back down here and look at this SPY chart right here. See that bad boy right there? We're going to switch over to a 1-hour chart. I'm going to clear all this out right here. And we're going to go back to yesterday. I'm going to show you what I charted for you yesterday. Hold on one second here. I'll go to the trigger screen. So yesterday, I charted on this chart for you yesterday in this stream. I said I had literally drew it in a white line. Literally drew it, right? We came straight down. We nailed 5,000. Now, when we nailed 5,000 yesterday, or before we were heading down here, I was asked in chat yesterday, why not short? I was asked yesterday, why don't we short down to 5,000? And I told you in chat yesterday, or here in stream in the morning, early morning, I said to you, do not short the S&P 500 today. I said, buy cheap puts. And I also said to you, why am I telling, I even told you why. I said to you that we are on where we are in a risk of a squeeze situation yesterday. I even drew it out for you and said we could blast all the way down here and then rip some faces off. And I want to talk to you about that because what we had yesterday was we had Dixie crashing. We had SPY going down, but we had Dixie crashing. We had the yield curve crashing. We had USD JPY getting blasted, which if I showed you a chart yesterday morning, I actually gave you the link in the chat yesterday morning with that divergence, and I showed you that we are at risk of squeezing. So why did I say to you yesterday to do puts and not short? There's a reason. Defined risk in a risky environment. If we had squoze yesterday at any point, if we had squoze here, if we had squoze here, if we had squoze in here, and you're actually short, it's not like you get to be short $10,000 and you get squozed out, and the fucking brokerage says to you, don't worry, Bob. We know it's coming back down so we can let you out of your shorts. They literally, take your money away from you, right? They take your 10 grand and they take your 100 grand and they go, fuck you. Even then, it rolls back down and you go, ah. So if we are going down to 5,000 or 500, but we are in risk of a squeeze because of the divergence and macro stuff in the background, you use puts, cheap puts. Why? If you got squoze out yesterday, if that risk was actually there, you had defined risk, $10,000, not $100,000. So this guy was mad yesterday on Twitter. And he said, you didn't say buy puts. I'm like, I totally did. He said, you told me not to buy shorts. I'm like, or take out shorts. I'm like, or open shorts. I'm like, no, you should not have. He's like, but it didn't squeeze. I'm like, it did squeeze at 5,000. And you were at risk of squeezing from the opening bell to 5,000. Does not matter if it squoze or not. We are talking about risk here. You cannot trade with that kind of risk with the wrong tool. You understand? This is like buying a putback spread on Clorox bleach. You don't buy if you own Clorox bleach stock, you don't buy a fucking putback spread because you need a violent move down or a violent move up. You need volatility. Clorox bleach does not have volatility, does it? Just because you're scared it's going to crash, if you look at Clorox, it just trades like this. So, depending upon the environment that you're in, you have to use the correct tool, even if it doesn't happen. You must have the correct tool for the correct environment. I'm not going to bring up those charts that I brought up on stream yesterday for you, but I did bring them up. I even posted you links with the yield curve against SPX, and you could see the divergence yesterday. 2 days ago, Jerome Powell was trying to quell that event that was supposed to take place yesterday. The ECB, Bank of Canada, all tried to quell that event taking place yesterday. That's what they were doing. And what did you see happen yesterday? You saw the divergence, right? They started slamming down the yield curve. They started slamming down Dixie yesterday. Why? Why? Because a bunch of money was banking on a market crash yesterday, like straight bloodbath down to 485 with a blink of an eye. Just like that. And because they were doing that yesterday, you then had a squeeze potential on selling the market. You got to understand that I'm on your side if you're a seller. If you're a bear or a seller, I am literally on your side right now. I'm not on a bull's side here. I'm on a seller's side. You have to be very careful what you're doing as a seller. You got like the tweezers out and the scalpel out, and you got to be very careful. And I want to point to one more thing on this. I had a discussion last week with Mr. Yen, and we were discussing prop firms. And the truth is, these prop firms know that you guys out there that are shorting fail about 97% of the time. You do. You blow up your accounts. You come back and you pay another week for $500. So don't come in my chat. Don't come on Twitter. Don't fucking at me about should have been shorting yesterday, not owning puts. I already know the facts that you go out there and you go to a prop firm with $500, and if you blow your shit up while you're trying to short, you just go back with another $500. You understand what I'm saying? Most people aren't doing that stuff, right? If you've got real money shorting, yesterday was not a day to short the market. It was a day for long puts, cheap puts to 500. And to further that point yesterday, when we got down here, what did I do with you on stream? I was off stream yesterday working. We came right down here, and what did I do? That's right, you get nothing. I got on to stream yesterday and I said, I'm buying calls here. I said, I'll be back at the end of the day. I bought the calls, got off the stream, came back when we got close to what? To what? I came back on the stream yesterday. When we came back, hold on a second here. Let's put this on a 1 minute trigger or 1 minute time frame. I came back on stream with you yesterday, I think right here. And I stayed long. Why? Because I know we're going up here. Came up here, heard the chat was going ballistic. Oh, I'm not going to get paid on this shit. Not going to get paid on this shit. I'm going to close out. I'm not making any money. Bustled around here, and as we squoze up, we got right about here, and I said, I'm closing my calls. They were up 300%. 300%. I didn't get the 300. I missed it because it went up there, and I was dicking around. I'm trying to get out of it. I'm talking to you. I made like 280%. And it immediately reversed. Immediately reversed right here. How am I able to know that we're going down, to know that we're going to go up, and to know that we're going to squeeze here, and to know to take the money and run? Because I know I have to get above the hourly trigger to get bullish for the run up to the daily trigger, right? How is it that I get into trades the right time, get out of trades the right time? Because I'm on the fucking Discord. I know what David's doing. David knows what I'm doing. I know what John L's doing. I know what Trader Podcast is doing. I know what Vol Signal's doing. I know we all talk. We share shit with each other on FinTwit. We share shit with each other here in chat. We share shit with each other. Winky and I were talking on the Discord yesterday morning, right? Hey, we're going to go back and check that or not. I don't know. We read the market briefs. We read Trader Podcast briefs. We read David AMS posts on Discord like a rock star. So we know this stuff. We already know where the danger is. We already know where to put the risk on. We already know where to put the stops on if we're putting risk on. If it goes against us, where to cut losses. So I'm asking you to do one of two things. Either get on the supporter level. It's $32 a month. Dirt fucking cheap. Help support us doing what we're doing so that you're wrapped into what we're doing, or you just sit back and be like, hey, there's a big college basketball game going on, and I see guys running back and women running forth, and they and them, and they're doing this. I'm just going to watch these guys play some basketball and try to jump in when I can. So it's one of two answers. Either you're wrapped up in everything we're doing, or you sit back and just go, hey, I put the show on. It's cool. Can somebody tell me where we are? Are we long? Are we short? Are we waiting? Are we sitting on our hands? What are we doing? Where are we? We're long? Where are we selling? Are we long puts? Are we short? Okay, should I get short here? No? Okay, I'll wait for a pullback? Okay, I'll wait for a pullback and I'll get short. Where are we selling once we're short? Once you have all that information, you can then jump in and run the court. You ever see how an NBA game is bullshit? Bunch of old dudes like fucking throwing the ball up, traveling, all that shit. This ain't the NBA. This is college basketball. You ever watch a college basketball game? That shit it's called fast break basketball. I don't know if you know what that is, but if you're a basketball player, you probably do. Fast break basketball is what young boys, like the young bloods, play, right? It's almost like pickup ball in a you know, like a asphalt parking lot. Boom, 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 back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Don't try to step in the middle of that game. Does that make sense? You'll do much better. You'll make more money that way. So join. If you and here's the last part. If you don't join, you don't have to. You don't have to join. At least make friends with somebody here in chat. Like, this isn't hard, right? You like meet somebody in chat and be like, hey man, do you like the color blue? And they're like, I love the color blue. And you go, wow, let's be friends, right? And then you're like, man, I can't afford the $32 a month. I don't like supporting anybody and what they're doing. Hey, fuck that guy working 18 hours a day, or fuck David AMS working 18 hours a day. I don't pay anybody. Can you at least share a market brief with me? Can you at least, I'm poor. I blew up my account. Can you just tell me where we're at right now? So you can, even if you're a free user, free member, free supporter, just a fucking somebody that doesn't want to pay shit, just make a friend in the chat and be like, hey man, where are we? What the fuck's going on? I would like to participate, and I have no idea where the fuck we are. Don't go on Twitter and try to blow my ass up. That shit is never going to happen. Clear? So if you guys know that guy out there, I'm not mad at him. Just don't at me on fucking Twitter like that. That's all I got for you on that stuff. Okay, back to the main screen. Let's see where we are this morning. Now that we got all that housekeeping out of the way, let's see what's happening here. Yeah, so we tagged the first low, right? We tagged that 5,000, didn't we? I said to you yesterday in the close, I would like to trade above the hourly trigger, right? That's what I would like to trade. What else do we have going on here? We have squeeze risk to the upside, don't we? The closer that we get to Friday, the more chance of a squeeze. Whether it happens today, tomorrow, or Monday, I don't give a fuck, but we have a squeeze potential. You know what? I'm gonna show you one more thing. Let's do one more thing for you out there. All right? Let me explain it better for you. I'll make it visual for you. We'll do it visual. Give me one quick second here. This is the trigger screen right here, right? Trigger screen. Let's take a look at something really cool. And why does Cap say this stuff to me? Why is he telling me that we could squeeze to the daily trigger? One, because the macro landscape is changing. They're trying to front run. The banks are institutions trying to front run a rate cut. That situation is leaving the market, right? Matter of fact, The Economist put out an article that said the fucking market can squeeze face off. I posted that link to you last night on Twitter. And we're going to show you why you have to be careful here if you're a bear. This is why right here. Oh, wait a minute here. Let me show you why right now. I just flipped over the chart. I literally just took the computer screen and just went whoop right upside down. So we're going to look at this right here. And I'm going to show you why there is a pullback potential. Remember in that market brief I said to you, if you're a bull and you think we're going to regain the daily trigger, and I told you, no, you likely won't, at least on the first attempt. Just look at this really quick. Does that make more sense to you if you're a bear or a bull? Does that make more sense to you? You've got fucking bears right now telling me that this is what we're going to do. Does that look logical to you? It doesn't to me. It doesn't to me. Maybe you get something like that, and then you get the roll and the real move up here. Maybe you get the push higher, but then you come down to where this resistance is right here, and then we blast down there. And by the way, the golden ratio is right here. You guys know that already in a prior market brief, I think Sunday or Mondays. The golden ratio for a correction is right here. If you're a supporter, I showed you on this past weekend, I showed you the golden ratio from the last corrective move and the golden ratio from the initial move up from October. That looks better, doesn't it? Does that look more logical? Let me show it to you in a better light. So you would see this daily trigger come down, right? And you would see this hourly trigger come up a little bit, right? Then become more supportive for that move higher. Does that make sense to you now? If you're a bull, you're like, fuck yeah, Cap, that looks right. So where do you want to be buying those puts? Where do you want to be buying them? Right up here somewhere, right? Or even up here, right? For that fucking rip over there, right? Bam, bam. Make sense? Hold on a second here. I'm lost here because I'm doing shit in reverse. Bear with me here. My brain's hurting. It's too early in the morning. There's something else cool here to show you guys. Hold on, I want to show you guys something else that's cool. What do I tell you about massive squeezes? I tell you that when you have a massive squeeze, for it to be sustained, whether it's the hourly trigger, it always comes back. If it holds, the move down is massive. I tell you that all the time when the bulls are in charge, don't I? I go, I don't trust this first squeeze of the hourly trigger above the daily trigger. I always like to see the bounce, right? Well, that isn't a good place to show you, but somewhere else I'll show you later. Same shit, right? No difference. See if I can transform this back again. Boom. Okay, we're back in normal again. Think about that. You got to literally your brain works like a bull, and then you got to flip your brain back to a bear, right? And then you're like talking to a bear and telling him, be careful here, man. Like, just be careful, bro. They're trying to roll us down right now. Hey, bear, they're trying to roll us down right now. If they do, they're going to rip the fuck out of this market to the upside. Get me? And we're at a point here at 5,500 where it's a stop. When we're at 1,000, 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, when you come into those places, it's like, yeah, maybe we got to pull back just to see if we're going to blast through that shit. Let's just make sure that this yellow line up here, and you're probably going to need this yellow line to break through 5,000. You're probably not going to get it done with the hourly trigger or hourly velocity. You probably need daily velocity to get you through 5,000. Does that make sense? So when you're down here dicking around and fucking around and all this other shit, and you're like, woo, we're going to break through. You either need the daily trigger to come down and help you out, daily velocity to help you out, to get through 5,000, or you're going to get a squeeze before it happens. The market needs to know. The market needs to know that these sellers are serious. The market needs to know that the velocity and the sellers are real, that they're still there, and they need the help of those sellers. Who is that help? CTAs. You need net selling and trend following selling of the S&P 500 to help you break the market down. Make sense? Okay. I hope that helps you guys out there. Okay, so let's keep an eye out here. We're on squeeze watch. If we're going to squeeze, what are we looking for? You know what we're looking for, right? You should already know, right? We're looking for this bad boy right here, aren't we? Whoop, right there. See it? Okay. I'm tired. It's okay. You know what? I'm going to tell myself something every day. I'm going to click my heels. One day, when I'm an old fuck, I know that at least 100 of you, maybe 1,000 of you, are going to change your lives. And I will have made a difference in your life. And that's all I can hope for. I hope that I make a change in your life. You're rich. I hope that David AMS makes a change in your life and that you're rich. I hope that John L makes a change in your life that you can make enough money to roll it into owning the market. I hope that Winky Face can help make a change in your life. I hope that Blind Nest Owl. I hope that Joe Donut. I hope that all these guys can help you have a positive experience for the rest of your lives. $100%. So we're going to look for a break above right here. Catch that new high. Remember this. Oh, I want to show you this too. When I draw these things out for you, it's not a projection. It's are we heading that way? And if we do, we follow it. And not only that, what are we looking for? Oh, hold on. Whoa, come on now. So if I draw a projection here, I'm looking for a squeeze, not a rejection, right? So I want to see us get above prior high. If I leave it down here, it means that I don't believe that we're going to get above prior high, right? Right? So for right now, I'm hoping that we get above one tick right there. Back down right here. And that the 5-minute trigger is going to help us for right here. I bet we fail this, though. We're going to leave it right there. We're going to change the thickness of this to 1. This looks kind of shitty, by the way. Let's see what happens. See this 5-minute trigger right here? See that 5-minute trigger right there? God, I wish I was in a call right now. I'm so fucking pissed. And I want this to be above, don't I? If this fails, right, if we squeeze up here and we fail that, that's not good, is it? It's all coming back. I need this to go right up and tick it just to a tick and then come right back down over here and grab it for the upside move. We're going to watch this closely and see if we get our first tick. Get this up here really nice and close. Let's see what happens here. Up and to the left. Let's see what happens here. And I think I got the tick. I think I'm off by a contour here. So hold on here. Put that right there. Shouldn't use that word. I apologize. Shouldn't use it on the stream. I was in the Army. What do you expect? Don't you guys know what gallows humor is? Some of the things, I don't even say some of the things they used to say in the Army. Oh, dude, it does not. It's like, it's very gallowy. It's really bad. It's not good. If you think I swear now, you should see what they say in the Army. There were like all kinds of sayings, really bad things. You're just English? I swear I never swore. I didn't swear when I was a kid. The Army taught me how to swear. That's where I got it from. Got it from the Army. I never used foul language, and then Army did that. It really was. I swear I never swore. That's like saying I do. You ever hear people say that? They get caught and they're like, God damn it, I said do. I do think. I don't swear in front of my parents still. I don't swear in front of my kids. Sometimes I get caught with my kids. I'm like, God damn it. Earmuffs. And it doesn't sound good to swear either. It sounds like you're uneducated. Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. I know that, too. I'm aware of that. Remember, I was born in Boston. I had to dump that accent the moment I moved. I was like, I sound so uneducated being from Boston. It's like I gotta drop the accent. I swear in front of your kids. Oh shoot. Oh, you know what I did look at though? I did look at let me see if we can find it. I looked at a so remember I was telling you that I had a microphone. I got a new arm and a new microphone, but I haven't bought a what is it called? It's not a mixing board. It's called a sound interface. Sound interface. Is it sound? Yeah, it's sound interface. In one of the sound interfaces, guess what it has? It's got a button to beep myself. So it's like beep, beep. Audio interface. That's what it's called. Audio interface with an amp. I know about that now too. I know all about that stuff now. That's a huge rabbit hole. I try telling people, I'm like, it's a huge rabbit hole. It's got a bad amp. You got to buy another amp. If you get like, they're not all created equal. So I looked at an audio interface, and it has a button to beep swearing. Yeah, it's called a tone. Exactly, it's called a tone. That's what it's called. So I might get it. It's not cheap. It's expensive. It's like $800. No kidding. $800 for an audio interface. They're about $800, but it's got a beeper for my swearing. So I'm like, ooh, it'd be nice to just be like, it'd be nice to just go on a rant and just hit the tone button. And you guys can't hear me. I think the tone would be hilarious in of itself. Like seeing me mouth the words. Your 4-year-old's at home and he's like, I'm trying to figure out what he's saying right now, Dad. I'm going to try to mouth those words. Yeah, I do too. I do too. What is it called? Sweetwater? I can't see it. I'm looking right now. I just clicked on the link. I probably shouldn't have clicked on that link. That looks like that link looks like it has herpes. But I clicked on it. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. Ooh, that thing's only $200. That's cheap. I got it up right now. Let me see. Let me show you the one that I was looking at. It was something Pro 2. Let me tell you what I was looking at. Was it the Rode, maybe? It might have been made by Rode. Let me see. If any of you out there have had experience with this, if you liked it or disliked it, let me know. I was looking at which one? I think it's the Rodecaster Pro 2. Might be the one that I was looking at. Rodecaster Pro 2. I think it's like $800. It's got the buttons for the tone. It's got the buttons to change my voice. It's got an amp in it. It's got the faders and stuff, and that can change the inputs audio. The only thing that I don't think I like about it is that you can't plug in an instrument. But I think it has multiple ports because at some point, we were talking at one point about doing like a podcast where there's 2 or 3 of us talking in person, living near each other, I guess. I am your father, Luke. Just get a fan or something, a box fan. Luke, I am your father. So, okay, so let me fix all this down below for you here. Let me work on this down below as you guys trade. If you guys find that guy on Twitter, I'm not mad at him in any way, shape, or form. Just please, if you have a problem, if you don't like me or something, or if I'm doing something that upsets you, reach out to me on DM and Discord. We can discuss it like an adult. If you're like, hey, Cap, I don't like this on the show, or can you do that for me in the show, or Cap, I feel lost, DM me. You can also open a support ticket in the Discord and be like, hey, Cap, I got a problem, or Cap, can you help me, or Cap, I'm missing something, or how are we doing right now, by the way? We're going up, right? Try to talk to me. I'm a human being. I'm not gonna. I get pissy though when people are like, if you start going out there and being like, "Fuck this guy," instant block, and I might even come after you. So, and I don't like doing that. And if you are a troll, I actually don't come after you, and the reason I don't is because you get me followers. I actually like trolls. If you're a troll out there and you watch the show, I actually appreciate you trolling me. Because you actually bring me more followers, believe it or not. But if you're angry or something, like, hey, Cap, I'm fucking pissed, or hey, Cap, I just blew my account up or something, call me, DM me, whatever you want to do. Okay. I'm going to fix all of this crap down here for you. In the background here, I'm going to fix all this. We're going to look at the gamma situation right now. Just check to see what the gamma thing is for this morning. I don't know if you know this, but you may or may not know this, but there's different kinds of gamma. There's like intraday, implied volatility, and implied gamma on 0 dates. And then there's like the symbol gamma. And what happens is you have the clearest picture on gamma in the morning before the market open. There's a small window. It's right before 0 dates come into the picture, and it's after dark market stuff is done. And not just dark market stuff, but dealers will assign options. They do this like really tricky math between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. So if you try to pull data for gamma, like any time after the close until the morning, it gets really fucking fuzzy. So that's why your favorite gamma provider out there is probably telling you, well, wait till 8:30 in the morning, 9:30 for me to give you a better picture on the day. Now, it's going to be just a quick second here. I'm going to get some data for you. And as a matter of fact, I want to show you guys something else that's cool. If you ever want to do this on your own, we do this here. Now the stuff that I'm pumping out, I'm getting from somebody else, but we do still do our own gamma modeling in the morning. I got a report every morning from, believe it or not, my wife. It was coming from my oldest daughter, but now my wife is doing it for it. But if you want to do this on your own, if you don't know this guy, I'll give you guys a link to this. So you can do this on your own if you're fascinated by it. I might be getting sick. Here we go. I'm going to give you guys a link to this. Turn that off. Turn that off. This on. Nope. No, 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 no. I don't want that. I'm going to do a bunch of links for you today. Here's the first one right here. This is per Philiv. I'm going to give you a link, and I'm going to give you. He has a really nice Twitter handle too. It's a really nice one. Really nice guy. He's from Ukraine. So he's been through a lot of tough times in Ukraine as well. So he's got a lot of stuff going on. You can follow him on Twitter though, and I'll just briefly show it to you what it is. Here's the website. It's how to calculate gamma exposure, GEX, and zero gamma level. This is an entry level introduction into the coolest part about this is that he teaches you how to get free gamma data free, and then build your own Excel charts and pivot tables that you can then turn into or compare to any ticker that you want. If you want to pay for the data, you can pay for like your individual tickers and stuff like that. And you can actually make these cool little charts for yourself, right? So you can see gamma exposure here, puts and call gamma exposure, gamma by expiration date, total gamma in the market. These are puts and calls, actually. Calculating gamma profile and gamma levels. So if you want to check that out, look at this, gamma profiles, how it changes over time or over price. This is with time here. So really cool stuff that you can come up with for yourself at home. A gamma exposure based on price and strike. So if you ever want to do something like that in your free time, you're more than welcome to do it. I did this one. It was really awesome. It actually helped me to build a bunch of other models. Some really cool looking models too. So check him out on the link that I gave. His name is Per Philiv. And he's on Twitter as well. You can just type in on Twitter Per Philiv, and you'll be able to look at it. Check him out, and make sure you thank him too. I thanked him. I was like, "Hey man, thank you very much for this. It's up on public, and so make sure you check that guy out and check out his post." Whoa. Yeah, it's really cool. One thing I would tell you would be, I was scratching my head with it, and there were some minor changes that needed to happen. I think there's comments on this post too. I think there's commentary from Per Philiv and users, and they gave you there's some like things that you should be doing. But it was a really cool project. It took me like maybe not a week, 3 or 4 days to get it all right. I had some issues with data on spreadsheets, on Excel spreadsheets. 1 minute triggers catching up for a squeeze higher for the price target of 50106. As long as the 1 minute trigger holds, we have a bull plane right here. We should squeeze higher to 504 and change. The last thing that I'm going to give you guys for free today, free stuff out there that's kind of cool. If you are a new investor, if you are a new trader, you'll have people try to sell you classes, right? Try to sell you like how to become a trader and all that kind of stuff. There's no need for you to do that. I'm going to direct you to a website. This is called the optionsindustrycouncil.org. This is a free educational website put on by who? Guess who it's put on by? The CBOE and the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. When you come here, they have a video catalog. Let me see if I can find it. This is a new website. They've changed it. Let's see if we can find it right here. I just clicked on search. And right here, see it? Video library. Here's that squeeze, baby. Click on the video library. And you can also go to their YouTube channel. But this shows you, check it out. It's a whole entire video class series on options. And it's extensive. And it's dry. But I'm going to share a link with you to it right now. They also have a YouTube channel. But I'm going to tell you that if anyone's out there trying to sell you something like, hey, this is how you trade the market, or we're going to teach you all this shit, there's a free option for you. It's called the Options Industry Council. It's put out by professionals. What I did was when I went through all these videos, I watched them all. What I did was I was like, oh my God, I'm going to fall asleep. So what I did was I would watch them at nighttime going to bed. And then I downloaded, I found like a service on Google that would download just the audio. And I would play them on long road trips over and 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 over again. So you could probably make yourself a playlist of videos that you download from YouTube and a playlist of audio, put it on Spotify so that you always have it. And you just play it when you're doing shit. If you're out in your garage and you're woodworking, if you're mowing the lawn, if you're on a road trip, if you're, I don't know, your husband's, a boring old CUNT, then while he's talking, you just put in some headphones and just listen away to this shit in the background. I'm going to post a link to that right now for you as well. Happy Thursday, by the way. You guys making money out there by any chance? Did I draw the line enough for you today? You should probably take some money off here. You don't need it all, do you? Cap said we're going to the top of that key right there. I didn't say that. It said to you, I want to see if we go to the top of that key. Because that's going to imply where we're going next. Should I go long hair, Cap? No, dude. You already drew it out for you. I fucking love my job. I fucking love you guys. All right. Losers go long here. Full porting long right here. Okay, now let's scale out a little bit, okay? Let's just scale out a little bit. Easy, gunpowder. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's ease up a little here. If you wanted to take a long here, what is your next step? Do you know? Let's get rid of this. What are we looking for? We're looking for a push higher. One more push. And just a quick pullback here. We might get you guys call them liquidation breaks, I think. I think the old school Thinker Swim or what's his name again? Benzinga Charlie used to say things like liquidation break. I don't know if you guys remember who Benzinga Charlie is. But he's like, oh shit, they're gonna liquidation break us. So if you're looking to go higher here, there's two places for you, right here, and your first place is right here. So we're gonna draw this in right now. I'm gonna draw a little thingy right here. Bam, that's your first place to DCA on a pullback. We might actually bring it a little bit lower, right about there. We're gonna get rid of this just so you can see it more clearly. Remember too, we were saying we just want to be above this one thing right here. It's that one little thing. That's that one little thing right there. And we might do another little buy right down here, right? We got a 5-minute cross right now on the half-hour trigger. Things are getting pretty bullish here, aren't they? And our next target is where? Let's take a closer look and see where that is. It's more like right there. And you might have different ones. I think yesterday people were saying, can you put the previous day's highs and lows on the chart? I normally do. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. If you like doing previous highs and lows from the day before, I used to do a lot of that here in the show. I don't as much anymore. But you do whatever you want at home. If you want to do the day's previous highs, day's previous lows, you go ahead and do that. I do it. I'm actually doing it right now. You just don't know that I'm doing it in the background, but I am doing it. As we progress, I do it. As a matter of fact, the green box that was down here, where is that? Right down here. You see it? Right down there. Previous day's lows. Previous day's low. So here we go. Let's see if we can catch. See if we can catch right here. And some kind of pullback right here. So we can catch that last little bit right there. If you want to know before, I should get rid of this. If you want to know if we're still going up that last little bit, you just draw a little box right here. We'll draw the big box later. If you want to know if we're going to keep going up higher, it's right here. See if we can catch that last little rip. It's right there. I'm fucking blind. I'm getting old. If we don't catch that new high, what's going to happen? They're going to roll us down to the 5-minute trigger, right? 5-minute trigger, right? We'll test the 5-minute. That's right down here. Can I holler on Twitter? Yeah. Send me a DM right now. Send me right at this moment. Send me a DM. Right. If you've already DM me once more. I want you guys to know something. Truth. I probably get 100 DMs a day. Like 100. You know, like 100 DMs a day. So DM me once more right at this moment, and I'll get in my DMs. Oh, hey, Simon Says. Dude, I like this guy, Simon Says. Dude, if you're out there, Simon Says, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, brother. I just read my DMs. It's time to read my DMs. Simon Says, if you're out there, thank you very much. I appreciate what you just said to me. I really do, man. Thanks. I'm not going to say what he said public, but it's really cool. It's really fucking cool. My mind is blown what he just said to me. Super cool. All right, let's check. Cowboy up. Dude, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Oh, oh. Okay, cowboy up. Hold on a minute. I, Cowboy up's an OG. Cowboy up is an OG. OG cowboy up. Hold on, cowboy up. I got you, brother. Settings. Settings. I got you, my man. Cowboy up's like, that's my brother. That's my brother. It's my G. I'm like, he is. Make sure I got that right. Cowboy ups. Did that fix what you needed fixed or no? Let me know if that fixed that for you. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Are we gonna break through the yellow level? Ooh, looks like we're gonna. Ooh, sellers couldn't get below the green box. I think we're gonna squeeze, baby. Show me that squeeze. Show me that squeeze. It's fixed. Right on, brother. Oh. All right, fixed. Done. Moan like I mean it. I'm losing my voice right now. Let me try to think about it right now. Hold on a second here. We're almost there. We got some saucy sellers out there. I'm gonna line that up right now for you. Oh, and Talking Monkey, I'm about to send you the pretzel credentials right now. If you're out there Talking Monkey, I'm going to send them to you in the next 5 minutes. What am I looking for here? My music. What is this? Not me. Boy, dude, even Pretzel's login process is kind of janky. Not gonna lie, it's kind of janky. Oh, dude, it's such bullshit. Oh. Like logging into Pretzel is a pain in the ass. Hold on, brother. Oh, it's so janky. Dude, where the fuck is Pretzel sucks. Pretzel's login blows. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No. There you go. See if this works. Like, what the fuck is going on? I had such a pain in the ass of a time logging in yesterday to Pretzel. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. This isn't supposed to be that fucking hard. No. No, 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 no. All right, I might have music. Just give me a second. I'm having problems with Pretzel again. It's Pain in the ass. Try one more thing. Dude, what the fuck is this? Dude, this is not my account. Oh, now I've got both problems. What's going on here, man? Come on, man. Maybe no pretzel music today. I gotta work on this pretzel shit. I need like an hour to figure out what the fuck is going on with pretzel. Such a pain in the ass. Sits at 504.81. R2 509.06. R2 R1. Did we get our new high? Yes, we did. Woo! What does that imply? And we're going to come back down and do a what? A little bit of a liquidation break. And we are going to look for new highs, aren't we? 5-minute trigger about to cross the hour trigger. work on this stuff down below for you. Hughes, baby. Hughes finding a bottom. That was good. That felt good. I like that. I like that. I like that.
She said he was calling my name. She was naked up against the bed frame. It's a safe bet. This will happen again. So walk away now. Don't back down. You're better without. No longer sacred. Your place is in danger. Sorry you face this. Seems like 'cause these spaces being desirable number one. All I wanna do is have a little fun. Just look at you under the fun. It's all too much. I have to run. Dangerous. Caught in the scandal. Dangerous. Too much to handle. Same club on a different night. I'm nursing a triple threat high. My intentions get misaligned. Reassurance doesn't hit right. No, I'm not fucking with your guy. You seem unbreakable from the outside. No longer sacred. Your place is in danger. Sorry, I said things that left a bad taste. Yeah, I really want to get along. 'Cause your boy's best friend is a one-on-one. I didn't mean to cross your heart. It's all too much. I have to run. Dangerous. Caught in the scandal. Dangerous. Too much to handle.
Hughes, bottom left-hand side. IWM, bottom left-hand side. Tesla. Tesla's in danger of more selling. I'm doing a Tesla update in the bottom right-hand side of your screen right now for you. Tesla, bottom right-hand side. Your put premiums should hold value. Why? It's a good question. Why are put premiums holding value? 1, we are in negative gamma. 2, we are not in positive gamma. 3, we are in a sell the rip environment. That means that every time we come into major resistance, sellers will begin to step in to sell the market down. There are different points of resistance. This is a weak one right now. What should be happening here? What did I draw for you earlier? I drew you this one, and I said to you, you're going to get the new high, and then you're going to get the liquidation breakdown to at least this 5-minute trigger, right? That's what I said. I deleted it because we had a bunch of other shit to do, but you are doing what's called a back check, right? So you have price, checking the cross, whoop, there and there. We wrote up the 1-minute trigger. Now we're coming back to make sure of what? That there's actual support. Where is that support at? That known support is right here. So now this goes away. Right? And we are looking to find out if the buyers are still here, right? Are they still here? How strong are they? So we're going to find out if the buyers are right here. So are the buyers still here? Probably not. Do you want to see where we go? Probably something like this. Bam. At least down there and then right up there. Something like that. If they're still here. Now, why are puts not losing value? We're in a negative gamma regime. Puts are not going to hold their value if we are above the daily trigger with price, with the hourly trigger, and above the daily trigger, right? That daily trigger is pretty much the difference between positive and negative gamma. I know that every morning you're waiting for your gamma shit, but that daily trigger right there auto calculates for you where positive and negative gamma is. And what else do you know? The hourly trigger, if we're above it or below it on an intraday basis, tells you if we are positive or negative gamma on 0 dates. What else can you extrapolate? If you have access to the pivots, if we are above the yellow pivot point, that's intraday positivity as well, right? So you kind of calculate all that stuff and find out where we're at and what's going on. So we're going to find out right now. There. And here's the pivot point, right? You see it? There's your pivot point. We're at 501.99. So on an intraday basis, we're bullish, aren't we? And we're going to be looking for what here on an intraday basis? Now, we're still in negative gamma, but on an intraday basis, we're bullish, aren't we? So we're going to find out right now if the bulls are still here, aren't we? Where's the last known place of strength for bulls? Hourly trigger, right where that green box is. So we're going to find out if they're still here. Even though we're forming a bear plane, my expectation here is going to be that we're going to come up here, bam, come back down here, slam into this. We're going to do a little bit of bouncing, catch a new high right here. Maybe I should draw this better. It's not really the best drawing job. I could do better, couldn't I? It's a little bit sloppy, isn't it? There's a better way to draw this, isn't there? So we're going to come down here, right? We're going to slam into this bad boy. We're going to attempt to get a new high right there. Slam back down here, grab that bad boy. And then we should get right about there. And then we're going to go right about there. And then we're going to go right there. Why am I drawing it like that? I'll show you right now. You're going to get that white line right there. Right? Now you have resistance, right? So we're going to go down here, find out if there's still buyers there. Initially, you're going to be told no. I guess I should have drew this one like this. Yeah, then that right there. So I'm missing a little thing right there. Little tiny thing. This will then become support. You'll then get the new high. You'll come back down. And the hourly trigger would have swung down right there and brought you right back up. And this is the one that you actually buy right here. So let's look at that really quick. There's a little thing there's a little tag in here I should have drew in. You're a buyer right here. If you're a bull, buyer right there. Let's see how it works out. See how this works itself out. If the bears take over, what will happen? You'll come down here, blood through this. You'll attempt to get higher. This will become resistance. You'll roll down here. Whoop, get a new low. Right? Bulls will get fucked right here, and bam, you're a buyer right there of puts, or you're short the market. Make sense? What's another option that could happen in here? What's another option right now that could happen? Buyers could just swing right in, get the new high, then come back down, and you'd be a buyer right here. And we'd take that up there. So a few different options of what could happen. The most probable likely outcome is like this. And let's just say the bears take over. Buyer of calls, or own the S&P 500 if you got some money. Or down here, it'd be a buyer of puts. Or short. Right down here. So we'll see how this plays itself out. What do you not do in here? Do you know? Mr. Yen talks about it with you all the time, right? Tell me in the chat what this is right here. What does Mr. Yen call this right here? Calls it the don't fucking diddle in the middle, right? Don't be messing around in here, do you? You don't be messing around there, do you? Diddling, baby. I guarantee if Mr. Yen was here right now, I'd be like, don't be fucking around in here. And don't be telling me we're going to crash. And don't be telling me we're going up. He's going to say, I'm going to watch all this action here. I'm going to wait till we get underneath and catch a new low. And then I'm going to bam to the downside. Or I'm going to wait for us to get up here, catch a new high. I already know it's coming back down. Then bam to the upside. I'm buying that right there, right? I already know he's going to tell you that shit. I am an astute student of Mr. Yen. Astute. Do not fuck around with Mr. Yen shit. You will get torched. This should be a shirt of Mr. Yen because he's a handsome guy, right? And like a 4-letter acronym, FAFO. Fuck around and find out. Maybe with like a little diddle in the middle thing, like just a little grid pattern. Fuck around and find out with Mr. Yen with his sexy ass hair and those nice glasses he wears. one more thing I would say to you out there if you're a bear. Not so much a bull, but a bear. Only in this specific situation. Let me mute this. I want to just say one more thing too in this diddle in the middle shit, okay? If you're a bear, I would not be a buyer of puts unless it was down here today. There's some kind of a trap for bears here. I think there's a high probability that you're gonna see this. Not guaranteed. Just be careful of this, okay? Just watch this with me. Just be really careful here. Consider yourself warned. I would not be a buyer of puts until down here. And I'm going to show you why right now. You could see like a quick bloodbath here. And you're going to think that it's going to roll down like that. And there's a fair chance that this will hold. So what will happen is you'll see like a liquidation break. And then it could just like straight up be like wham, 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 and go to the upside. So just be, what you really want to be a seller here is you want to see the failure right there. And then a new low right there. So maybe you're a seller right there then. I still might have that right, but make sure you're watching this action right here. Okay, make sure you pay attention to that action right there. Should be like a bunch of like failure in here. I guess you're still a seller right here, but not until you're in this fucking the trap extends low. This looks like a trap for bears. Just from prior experience. Even if it breaks lower, just make sure that the bulls are failing in here. I'll let you know. If we start breaking down, I'll let you know to buy puts or not. Because there's this secret squirrel shit right here. Do not trust this shit if you're a bear. Let's just see what happens here. Let's pay close attention to it. I'll keep my eyes on it. Okay, here's Tesla. So you got Tesla, right? Only bullish with a tag of 140 or prices above the hourly trigger with a back check and a new high. Once they escape that velocity, the target for that, if that does happen, the target for bulls is 170. 170. But I don't think you're getting that today. The path is down to 140. I do realize that Bob Kendall told you 147 was the dip buy. I realize that. I respect Bob Kendall more than the world, and I'm not saying Bob Kendall is wrong at all. He's one of my mentors. I trust his opinion more than mine. He's not here live streaming with you. You live stream with me. So we'll monitor this and see what happens with Tesla. Qs with a pullback right now, back checking for a cross of the half-an-hour trigger. You can see it right there, just back checking. Everything looks fine on Qs. IWM coming back to back check. The turning up. They got the new high. I might have drawn this one wrong. You see the new high over here. We didn't quite get that, so this could be a part of that. Sorry, I might have been sloppy on that one, but it still looks good and positive right now. You got the high right. I guess you could assign that high to that high. If they're able to hold that, though, same path. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed for bulls on IWM either. Tesla looking pretty bearish here. What's the next one? We got Qs, IWM, Tesla. We'll do Netflix next. I'm sure you guys, NFLX. Check that one next. Netflix, just bouncing around in its daily trigger. I do want you to know on Netflix specifically, we are going to spend about a half an hour on Netflix expectations today before the close. I do want you to know that Netflix, I'm a little pissed off at Netflix's expectations for this guidance. It makes it look like they were so pissed that they get it so wrong that what they did was they put expectations just out of fucking reach intentionally. Now, we'll discuss that too, because Netflix, from their last ER, has been explosive. And that bothers me too. I wish there was a decent pullback, but there wasn't. This is January right here. They just said, fuck you, we're going up. They have high expectations. So we will look at Netflix. And I do realize that Netflix, I will look at the trend on Netflix. You guys aren't going to want to hear this. When Netflix has a tendency to trade in the direction of its current trend on its ER. We'll look at it, though. I know that if you're a bull, what that means. So we'll look at it. Is Borky Bork here? Good morning, Bork. Can everybody do me a favor? If you're out there right now, can everybody just be like, thank you, Bork, we love you, or thanks for everything you do, or something? I just went into the Discord this morning and gave him a big old hug. So if you don't mind saying in the chat, just say, hey, Bork, we love you. He needs a hug. Sometimes people need a hug. He needs a hug this morning. He needs just to be told he's appreciated and loved. He had a really busy morning, and he's like, I just need a moment. I'm like, yeah, that's a human thing to need, brother. I sent him a bunch of hugs this morning. Not us either. He had other stuff going on, and I'm like, here, man, let me give you a hug. You need a hug? Done. They're free. So we got Netflix up here. We've got the U.S. 10-year. This is the yield curve. Yield curve coming back up. Now, when does the yield curve matter? Do we know? Do we know when the yield curve matters? When does it matter? When does the yield curve matter? Yield curve matters when there's threat of rate cuts. Unemployment. Good job, Poke Jukebox. Bad unemployment numbers. Inflation velocity up or down. Chance of rate cuts. You got it. When does the inverted yield curve not matter? When that shit's not on fire, right? If you look back in history of the inverted yield curve, it does not matter. It has a very poor correlation with the cash markets unless those other things are going on. GDP, right? GDP crashing, that would matter. Yield curve would matter. The inverted yield curve would matter. And you can see that it didn't matter this morning, did it? Why? Why did it not matter this morning? Threat of rate cuts is subsiding. Next one we're going to look up is Dixie, DXY. What do we got going on here in Dixie? Now, Dixie recovered a little bit. We're pulling back during this, pulling back in the market as Dixie is here. But what else are we looking for here? We have a local top here on Dixie, right? Let's clean this up. Got a local top on Dixie. Looks like, what do you guys call this stuff? Like an upside down pineapple? Triple top? I don't know. Inverse cup and, oh, you got a cup and handle now, I guess. Let's take a look at this just like we do with the bulls. We got the top up here. We got another box down below. Whoop. Right there, right? Bam, bam. We got another one right now, don't we? Let's take a look at velocity on the daily on Dixie. We're going to check this on a 30-minute basis, my favorite measure of velocity. And it's actually looking kind of bullish. It's actually looking kind of bullish here. See that on at least on an hourly basis. On a daily basis, it's looking bearish. So we could get a quick rip down inside of the equity market. All right, it's kind of looking kind of bearish to me. So let's take a look at Dixie. We might see a nice little rip up on Dixie. Whoop. Hold on here. Something up here. Hopefully it fails. They're right back down here, right there, and then we retest that low right there. Let's keep our eye on Dixie right now. Might get a quick liquidation break in SPOOs right here. Let's take a peek on SPOOs and see how deep we can go. Pretty deep, right? The impulse is here, another impulse right there. I'm going to expect something like this. Let's see if SPOOs can make a nice move down. Buyer of puts right here. Why are you waiting to be a buyer of puts till right here? Because it's the most probable trade. It's the highest probability for a bear or a bull. All of this up here is danger for bears and bulls. You get really, really awesome stuff down here. We'll make this yellow now. You're still not a buyer of calls yet, are you? We're going to see if we're going to get a bear hit and run, just like denial. Bam, new low. Woo! Right there. Woo! Right there. Slingshot up higher. Let's watch this and see how it plays out. See if there is actually buyers here or not on the hourly trigger. We're in a caution zone right now. We'll watch this closely here. You should be sitting on your hands, by the way. Next thing we're going to look at is HYG. Let's see what that's doing. HYG, baby. It's from yesterday at HYG. Said we were looking for a dip to buy down here in HYG, right? Dip to buy in HYG. One of the scary things here is what? The hourly trigger on HYG has come down, hasn't it? What we don't want to see here in HYG is a squeeze higher and then an immediate rejection. If we saw that, what would it look like? It would look like S&P 500 going to the daily trigger and then immediately being rejected and getting underneath the weekly trigger. So we'll monitor this quickly. We'll monitor this very closely here. Get rid of that because it's just, well, it was for a 30-minute trigger. Right now we're on a 1-minute trigger in HYG. We'll monitor HYG right here. So we did Dixie, US 10-year. We did not do VIX. So let's do VIX next. We've not done SPX either, so we'll do VIX next. Preferred day trader, VIX measure, VIX 9-day. You guys probably know Miro. He does SPX divided by VIX, and it's a similar chart to the VIX 9-day. Let's take a look at that and see what's going on. The VIX testing its monthly trigger. This is a key moment right now in the market. Let's check out velocity right now. VIX is bearish, so we hope that this breaks and we squeeze to the upside. I want to buy a call right now so fucking bad, I can't even tell you. I want to buy a call right fucking now, like right here where we are. This is a goddamn trap for the Bears. I shouldn't say that. Because it's still risky to buy a call here. Get rid of that so you can just get rid of all that right now. Get rid of that. So you can see it. I'm pretty fucking bulled up here, but VIX is telling me that, well, even if we don't go up, the VIX looks like it's going to get murdered. Volatility's coming off the market for the moment, at least, as they park the bus for MOPEX on Friday. SPX. Let's get the. I don't know if I got that stuff for you yet, but we're gonna do it again just in case I forgot it. I don't know if I forgot it or not earlier. I'm so tired. So tired. This week's been long as fuck, dude. I need a break. I want to take Friday off. What do you guys think if I put the? What are you guys' thoughts out there if I put the stream up tomorrow? And I take the day off. Can we run a poll on that? If I have the stream up but I'm not here. I will survive. My throat is so fucked up right now. My throat is like destroyed. I will survive. I would be here in the office working. I just wouldn't be on the stream. I'd be here in case anything goes wrong. I'd set it all up for you nicely. What do we got going on in Gamma today? Ooh, nice. Where's Gamma? Ooh, Gamma flips come down. That's good to see. Nice. Gamma flip's getting better. It's coming down to meet price. Yeah. Bottom supports now right here. Yeah, there's some badness here. Not badness. I want to show you guys this. We're gonna go look at this right now. We have to look at this. Oh, should have done this earlier. This is your Gamma profile picture right here. There's some local resistance. That sucks. Blah, 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 blah. There's a pin. There's a pin. I fucking hate pins. I'd be really careful here. Not guaranteed, but I'd be really careful. There's some pinning action going on here. Not guaranteed. You can get above it. Now, they're fucking funneling us, okay? Just be wary of this. See this right here? There's a pin. Shitballers. There's like a parking. We can get above this. We can trade above this. Not saying we can't. I'm just saying we can squeeze. We can squeeze. Just be careful. There's like a... It's like some kind of a fucking pinning action in here for fucking Friday. So even if we squeeze up, it'll come back down or should come back down, okay? Just be careful of it. We should squeeze. We could do the same thing down here too. And so any squeezes should be sold is what I would say to you. Any squeezing up or down should be sold. So at SPX Gamma. So just be aware of that for today and tomorrow. Main screen, and we're squeezing right now. I'm going to tell you something here. Any of this squeezing is likely going to get sold. Doesn't mean we can't go up. Just be careful of it. So what you're looking for here is a bull. is major resistance points for those squeezes to get sold. What does that mean to you? That means, did you get the new high? You did. Good job. Good job, bulls. Good job. You got it. This is good. This is really good. You got high. You got the high tick right here. Your next target is going to be this one right here. Just be really careful here. You still have your high target. High target, 506. We can squeeze this 506. Just know that it likely doesn't hold. Does that make sense? So if we squeeze up here, it's not going to be like, yeah, bro, we're hanging out. It's going to be like, just be wary. Price action's all saying higher. But it'll be squeezy. I'd call it unstable. I just say the market is unstable right now because there's a magnet. There's a magnet right here. There's definitely a magnet like right fucking here. Okay? But not there. Like there. Not so much here and not so much here, but like right here. In a Friday. It doesn't hurt like here. It doesn't hurt down here, but it hurts like right here. Yeah, Tommy boy. Like he's got a big fucking welt right here. He's got a big welt down here. He's like, but right here, and it's got like a big red fucking mark across his neck. Tommy boy was fucking... Dude, that time period of making those low budget movies, like, what was it? It was like 2 or 3 of them, right? Like Tommy Boy, I forget the other one. Like, what's his name? Something Tommy Callahan. Did you know that was based on Did you know that was based on his brother who worked for Ford or some shit like that? Black Sheep. That's the other one. Black Sheep. It was Black Sheep. Him and David Spade made like a few movies together. They were fucking great. Happy Gilmore. Like the Adam Sandler's a great Adam Sandler's fucking great, dude. I wish we could still make those movies. We can't do that anymore. You get canceled. That sucks. I mean, I really do understand why. You know who taught me this? Winky taught me this. Winky once was, I made a comment or two once, and Winky was like, "Hey man, you can't say that shit anymore." And I was like, "What do you mean? That's been canceled too?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "God damn it." And I was like, it's more for me. I'm getting older. It's hard for me to recognize what's acceptable and what's not acceptable anymore. It's more than just getting older. It's not like, it's more ignorance than I don't want to not say certain words. But like Winky like spent some time with me and was like, let me explain to you why this hurts people. And so Winky spent like a day with me and like just talked to me and was like, this hurts this person for that reason. And do you want to hurt these people? I'm like, no. And plus I've been those people, right? Different parts of my life, you're like, oh shit, I might be a part of that group or another group or whatever. But it still sucks because today words are weaponized, which fucking blows. We've like weaponized words. We've like assigned meaning to words that weren't always assigned back in the day. But we're still mean and hurtful to people that thought they were a part of that group too. It's like two-sided. Like it was like there really was hurt for some people, and the people that were saying it didn't mean it. But now it's all been fucking weaponized, not by people saying, not by cancel culture. It's been weaponized by people trying to weaponize those words to hurt people. So it kind of sucks. I wish we could make those movies. Like I wish it wasn't like that. I guess in the U.S. at least. I know it's not like that in other countries, but in the U.S. it is, and it sucks because like some of those movies are fucking hilarious. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is Grandma's Boy. They actually do a pretty good job in Grandma's Boy of not weaponizing shit or saying bad shit that's not acceptable today. But like Grandma's Boy is like, have you guys ever seen that movie, Grandma's Boy? Has anybody seen that? Fucking movie is amazing. Grandma's Boy is like, it went way under the radar. No one ever watched it. And it was like all the B friend actors of the Sandler gang. If you've never seen it, if you're listening to me right now, if you've never seen Grandma's Boy, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. It's hilarious. Like closing the doors and shit. It's like totally like our culture, right? Like gamer culture, trader culture. I know a lot of you guys are in tech. It's like tech culture. It's like it's money. Like Dance Revolution. Like the boomer beats the kid. Yeah, it's hilariously dumb. I can't stop. I'm gonna go, dude. I'm gonna go home to my car bed and call my mom with my walkie-talkie. Oh yeah, dude. All the like the Golden Girls. Little bit of blood right now. We see the pin right now on Gamma. I'm going to show you this. There's a Gamma pin in here going on with local resistance, local support. I should change that to say local support. It's the rub-a-dub. We got the rub-a-dub going on down here. This is the rub-a-dub in here. We got some pinning going on. What do we call this? What do we call this here? You guys know what we call this, right? Call this parking the bus. Parking the pig, parking the bus. Parking the fat pig, right? He's been fattened up and they don't want it going anywhere, do they? Like, come on over here, pig. Little pig comes over. What do you say to him? Good pig, you made me money this quarter, right? Made me money this month, pig. Come on over here. You guys ever see that movie, Pig? It's awesome. And so they're gonna take pig and they're gonna walk pig over, make sure all their shit gets printed right into Friday. Parking the bus. Yeah, can we stop talking about rate cuts until October? Let's be serious. Yeah, no shit. That's what Jimmy Barry says. Jimmy Barry pulls his hair out in the stream. He's like, "Why are they talking about this?" And I'm like, "Cuz it's two different trades, dude. They want the market to go. They're trying to like do all this shit. Trying to front run with three trades, right? Or I guess it's two trades. It's the one trade of trading for trading's sake. And then you got banks fucking trying to front run the other trade of actual rate cuts. I swear, man, I'll do it. Jamie Dimon's fucking telling everybody, we're ironclad, bro. We're ironclad. We're protected if we get those rate cuts. I'm ready to sell the market on these fucking retail noobs. Ooh. Ice cold water. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, it's not a Stanley cup, at least. It's my hipster cup. I hope it doesn't have fucking lead in this goddamn thing. It's no paint inside. Probably lead on that shit, right? Oh, yeah, lead. Whoa, wet lead. Oh. Did you guys hear about the Stanley Cups being lead? I feel dumber right now. I'm already dumb. I feel even dumber than I did yesterday. Oh, your kids didn't care? Jesus Christ. My kids wouldn't either. My kids asked for the Stanley Cup, so I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. No. I didn't say fucking part, but I was like, you're out of your mind. No. I'll tell you one thing my kids did this week, though. My youngest daughter, my oldest daughter, she's like, they're all perfect, but they're all, we realize about multiple kids is that you have like the nature and nurture. You can tell eventually you're like, yeah, my kids are different and they have their own qualities and they have their own faults. So you have to work with each kid differently, right? My oldest daughter is like, Dad, I learned physics in the 3rd grade. It's like, you did what? So I learned physics in the 3rd grade. I'm like, okay, and what? She's like, I don't ever want to play soccer again. I'm like, you have to be athletic. I want you to play team sports so you can learn about being on a team. She's like, Dad, I don't like sports. So I'm like, fuck. Okay, you don't want to play team sports. I promise you I'll get A's and I'll learn thermodynamics next. All right, deal. What do? I agree to it. But what else? I still have to keep her active. I can't have her dying young, right? I have to teach her about staying active. So we do other things. We do things like we do tennis. We ski together. No, actually, we don't ski together. She skis alone. She loves skiing, but she likes to ski groomers back and forth, left and right, and that kind of stuff. That's what she likes. My youngest daughter wants to ski backcountry and kill herself in a tree well out west. Kid you not. Kid you not. My youngest daughter wants to play football and get head injuries. Right? So my oldest, though, is the kind of person where I can tell her something once and she figures it out. My youngest needed help. So my youngest is the kind of daughter where she goes to school and she's intelligent, but she needs someone there. Like she'll get lost in the cracks. She'll get left behind. She needs to ask questions. She needs to do things more. She's more hands-on, right? If you learn, some people learn by reading, some people learn by hearing, some people learn by both, some people learn by doing. And my daughter, the youngest, is more of a doer. I have to sit down with her. My wife has to sit down with her. But she has other great qualities. She's an amazing artist. She's an amazing singer. She's an amazing musician. She's an athlete, team-based sports. She puts a lot of risk on and physicality. So she's really good at that stuff. So this week, right, my youngest daughter, that's not necessarily a fault, but something that I will be monitoring over the years. My youngest daughter never asks for help. And she likes to learn independently to a fault. So my youngest daughter, I'm always like, hey, I'm like, it's not so hard right now. It's fine for you to like have fun as an example, as a vehicle. It's fine for you to have fun playing soccer, enjoy yourself. But if you ever want to be competitive, you're going to have to be trained. You're going to have to take direction from somebody that's done it before. You're going to have to be disciplined. You're going to have to take knocks and listen and experience and practice and listen to people that have done it before you so that you can become competent to compete on a high level. And that's been a struggle for her, for my youngest. So, and she's done very well doing stuff on her own, figuring it out on her own, self-guided. But she's done great with it. But I'm like, look, you're going to come to a point when you're getting older where things are going to get more complicated. and you're going to catch yourself failing. So we need to work on taking some guidance. No, daddy. No, daddy. No. My wife is like, just let her do whatever she wants. You're the big, mean old daddy. So she's getting older. She's in the 5th grade now. And she's getting older. And she's taking on more responsibility. And she's practicing things like, hey, you want to learn how to cook? Where my oldest daughter, I can teach her how to shave a truffle. She will be apt. And she'll do it with the truffle shaver, and she'll clean it all up, and she'll put it in the wet paper towel, and she'll put it in the box, and she'll put it in the refrigerator. My youngest will grab the white truffle or the white truffle and smash it with a hammer, smear it everywhere, get it all over the floor, leave it out on the counter, and walk away. And say, I'm learning on my own, Daddy. Right? So this week, so my kids are, my oldest is homeschooled still and still goes to the University of Michigan. And my youngest daughter is in in-person school now. So she comes home. We have the children are picked up and dropped off by parents. And we take her friend to our home every day. Oh, not every day. I think we switch it off. And anyways, my daughter's friend comes over to our home after school until her mom picks her up. And so this week, and she's learning how to cook, and she wants to do it on her own, and she doesn't want daddy there. So this week, they've been coming home the past 3 weeks, and they're destroying our house. And I remember being a teenage boy, and I started growing and getting hungry. My father would buy like food for tacos. He would go shopping for our family, and he'd be like, okay, there's a block of cheddar for this. There's a pound of beef for that. There's a box of pasta for this. And he was very organized. Like he would plan the entire week out. These are your breakfasts, your lunches. These are your dinners. These are your snacks. These are your desserts. And we hit our teenage years. And I'd like come home after school, and I played sports, right? I'd come home after school, and I would like eat a block of cheddar cheese. And my dad worked hard all week long, so he'd come home ready to make dinner for us as a father. He made us dinner. My mom didn't cook for us. My dad did. He was a good dad. He was a real good man. And but he would get so upset. He'd be like, where the fuck is the cheddar cheese? We were going to make tacos tonight. Now I got to leave and drive to the store and get cheese for the family. And so, you know, this guy's breaking his dick all day long. This guy is supporting a family, loving on his wife and kids. And then he's working. My dad would get up at like 4 a.m. to go to work, and he would work until 4 or 5 in the evening, 12-hour days. And I mean, man, this man worked his balls off, right? He was a real worker, and strong worker, right? Good work ethic. And then we'd fuck him. We had no care in the world. I was starving. I was growing. And my dad would have to leave and get a block of cheddar cheese. Like, there's a 45 minutes. Just like, you worked all day long. Set it on fire. I don't know how my dad made it in life with a son like me. So, right? I'm gonna make mashed potatoes. Sorry, Dad. We just ate 5 pounds of potatoes, and we're still hungry for dinner. We want tacos. We ate all the cheese, and we want tacos now. Why aren't the tacos on the table, Dad? Kids have no awareness, you know. They just don't get awareness. So it's true. So my daughter is like coming home and with her friend, And what they're doing is they're eating us out of house and home. They're like, okay, everybody's busy. What do you want to do? You want to make some cacio e pepe? Let's cook some pasta. Let's shave up some fresh Parmesan. Get some of that Romano out of there. My dad uses heavy cream. He's sloppy. Chop up some shallots over there. Break out the non-alcoholic white wine. Break out the pepper. No, not the black pepper. The Szechuan shit over there. It's like really cute and special and tastes good. Trust me. So then they go in the kitchen. They cook. They whip up this big meal, and this is just a snack. And then they're leaving the mess behind. It's like a bowl, messes on the counters. And so I come upstairs when I'm done here, right? And I'm like, what the fuck happened in here? So I start cleaning up, right? Girls are off having fun and shit. I'm like, hey, girls, how are y'all doing? And sometimes I don't have the time to do that. Sometimes I'm actually working for you guys. So if I don't get to it, my wife finds it and goes, she's mad. She's like, what the hell? We have a dishwasher. I'm not going to tell you. We have a housekeeper comes here once in a while. We got a dishwasher. You know, like dishwasher's not a person. All that stuff, right? So my wife is now like days and days are building of this. And my wife is angry. So yesterday my wife was very angry. Like she's like I'm about to send a note. I'm about to send a text off to my daughter's friend's mom because these girls aren't cleaning, and I want her to discipline her daughter. So this is the point of the story. Is I want to ask you what you think about this. And my wife's upset. I'm like, you have every right to be. These girls should not be doing that. But I'm like, here, it's a good learning experience. I'm like, you know what we can do with this is, I was like, if you like text her mom's going to be like, what the fuck? And then the mom might get mad at the daughter and stuff. And the mom might not even want to hear it from my wife. She might just tell my wife, why are you letting me eat? Tell those kids no. You know, whatever. You don't know what the reaction is going to be. But further to that point, I said to my wife, I'm like, look, this is an example of our daughter making a mess with her friend. I go, and what happens? I go, tell me right now what happens. My wife goes, well, I'll find the mess. I get, her friend is now gone. And then I tell our daughter to clean up, and she cleans up for both of them. And I go, okay. I go, well, was she able to clean up for both of them before? And she's like, no. And I'm like, do you notice how dirty it is? She's like, yeah. So I'm like, well, what's really bizarre about this is it looks like my daughter, or our daughter, is taking on a lot of responsibility, shouldering all that responsibility, and then falling behind in her own responsibilities. And these are the things that I talk about with my youngest daughter. One day she'll have too much and she won't be able to meet her obligations, right? And you don't want that, right? I want my daughter to like fall behind in her learning and then be overwhelmed. I don't want her to be overwhelmed in cleaning up. I don't want her to shoulder all of that burden, not make her friends clean up or friends help her. And she likes team sports. So instead, what I did with my daughter yesterday is I met up with my youngest daughter after dinner, and I had a sit-down conversation with her. I didn't get mad or anything. I just said, hey, look. I was like, have you ever read Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer? And she was like, no, Daddy, I don't even know what that book is. I'm like, it's an American classic. It's like a fable. It's like a myth. And it teaches different lessons. And I'm like, one of those lessons in that book is about having your friends do work for you. Of course, what does that mean, right? You don't want to paint the entire fence for you, right? But you can talk to your friends and say, hey, I need some help. Or this isn't so bad. Or if we clean up, we get to keep eating, right? Or my parents will be fine. They won't be mad. They won't tell your mom if we just clean up after ourselves, right? You don't even have to say, you don't have to get mad. So I'm talking to my youngest daughter. I'm like, you don't have to get mad at your friend. People people will automatically get mad at their friends, right? Like, my mom's mad at me, so now I'm mad at you. Instead, you try to employ your friend to help you to get the work that you need to get done together so that you two can still enjoy your friendship. So now this is a good learning experience, right? So I'm talking to my daughter. I'm like, oh, this is how you do it. I'm like, you guys can do whatever you want to do. But while you're doing it, be like, hey, look, you're hungry, I'm hungry. I don't want my mom to get mad. I don't want your mom to get mad. I don't want my mom to tell your mom and you to get in trouble and then we can't eat anymore. So we're going to have to clean up from now on together. And that builds a bunch of stuff in kids, right? Kids get to learn how to, it's not quite leverage, but like team sports, right? So I'm talking to my daughter yesterday and I go, let me relate it in a different way. If you're playing baseball, you're on a team, and you try to be the catcher, the pitcher, the shortstop, the outfielder, and you have to hit all the home runs, are you going to win baseball games? No. So what do you need to do? You need to be a good teammate. And you need to be like, hey, I'm doing my part. You're doing your part. High five. And hey, you're not doing your part. Let me help you be a better catcher. I'm a great catcher. Let me help you to be a great catcher. Oh, you're a great hitter? Awesome. Can you teach me how to hit? Right? So you start to become a team. And what happens when you're a team? You find out who's got strengths and weaknesses, try to help each other out. And then you're all working towards the same goal to win baseball games. And what happens when you win baseball games? Everybody's stoked and happy, right? And you're able to leverage each other's qualities and find out which qualities you don't have and try to help out where that person doesn't have that quality. So that's what we did yesterday. We had that conversation with my youngest daughter. And I said to my daughter, I go, look, let's try this as an exercise because it will serve you well in life. If you have a family, if you're on a team, if you're doing homework in a group setting, it's going to help you to learn how to be this person. And she's like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do, Daddy. I'm like, what we'll do is this. If you get home every day at 3 p.m., when do you like to eat? She goes, right when we get home. I was like, okay, so cool. So let's say you're eating between 3 and 4 p.m. She doesn't leave until 5. We'll set a little alarm on your phone, right? For every day at 4 p.m., team cleanup, so that you don't forget. We'll do it every day, Monday through Friday, or whenever she's here, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And so now we set an alarm yesterday on my daughter's phone so that it says, hey, it's team cleanup time. And we had that conversation yesterday, right? So what do I have to do today as a dad? Probably around 4 p.m., I'm going to nicely go to these kids and be like, hey, you guys ready to start cleaning up for, I don't want to say their names, but like your friend leaves, and reinforce that teamwork with these young girls so that they can use these tools as they get older. That's what my dad did with me. My dad was like, you fucking ate all the cheddar cheese. God damn it. Does that make sense? So you're teaching kids how to, it's a lack of a better word of leverage. It's more of, we have a group goal, and you don't want to shoulder all of the burden. You need the help of your friends, your comrades. They teach us in the military too. A lot of that taught in the military, and sport teams, right? Okay, so we got SPX done down here. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 more tickers to do down below here. So let's go with this today. Let's go with Bork. If you have a ticker that you want charted, what is it? Bork, do you have any tickers that you want charted out today? He's having a tough go of it today. Let's see if he's got any tickers that he wants on the screener. What's your favorite ticker right now, Bork? If you're here. Hey, McDrew, good to see you. Don't eat the man's churches. I know I was such a bad son. I had to go back to my dad and apologize so much as I grew up. I was like, dude, you're such a good man to me. I'm such a bad son. No, I'm asking someone specific first. I want to ask some specific people. I'll come back. We'll come back. Specifically, I want to ask Bork if he's here. CLSK. All right, hold on. CLSK. We're going to go some specific people today. So CLSK. Clean Spark. Hello, ladies. Good job, Borky Bork. Good job, Borky Bork. I knew I'd get a good one out of you. Why did I ask Bork for a ticker? He's got Clean Spark. This thing looks sexy. Woof. CLSK. If this is new for you, this thing is beautiful. Look at that setup down there. I bet you Winky is going, woo! CLSK. Good job, Bork. Let's take a look at, we got a little bit of a high here, a little bit of topping action on the 30-minute, but the daily looks great. So we're going to expect any pullbacks to get bought on CLSK. We're going to expect pullbacks to get bought. We're likely going to get a pullback. We got a big old squeeze going on here. But we think it's going to be supportive. We have the daily trigger right here. So what do we want to see? We want to see CLSK consolidate and wait for the hourly trigger to come up. And we want to buy whatever that back check is, okay? For a move higher. So CLSK, you ready? Bullish on any pullbacks on the hourly trigger. Bullish on any pullbacks on the hourly trigger. The daily trigger is very strong right now. Targets above for CLSK include, over time, $20.46. And ultimately, I would really like to see $23.90. Good job, Borky Bork. Beautiful, beautiful chart, by the way. Absolutely a stunner. If you're looking for a place to buy into this stock, right now, $15.17 is a nice starting point. They just hit their one target right there. There's another target above, right here. That's beautiful. Great chart. Love it. V-shaped recovery, consolidation move down below. This is gorgeous. CLSK. Next ticker, I'm going to ask Winky. How many, Winky, I'm going to ask you for your top picks that you have right now. So if you have 1 pick, 2 picks, 4 picks, or 5 picks, what are they? What do you got? What do you got, Bork? What do you got, Winky? Let's bring this over here so you can see it. You guys are sitting on your hands if you're a bull, right? XHB. XHB. Oh, I want to buy that so bad right now. You guys see that little green bad boy I gave you down here? Remember that when I drew that out for you? Where's the next target? It's not this one. We'll get rid of that now. Next target right here. Look at that. Almost a near perfect pinstrike, right? Come on now. Give me what I want. Give me what I want. It's almost a near perfect pinstrike. Bears out there like, oh man. He's got those things down there, and I want them so bad. I just tagged it almost perfect. XHB. Home Builders ETF. Really? Are you short home builders or no, Winky? All right. Oof. Okay, Winky, what do you want? You're looking for 105, then the extension back to 115 in XHB. I'm very bearish right now in home builders. But I think there's going to be a great dip buy on it. I'll say that. Okay, so he wants this. I'm going to show you what Winky's looking for. Winky's looking for 115. I'm pretty bearish here, but that's okay. We can have differing opinions. I trust your opinion because you are one smart man. So let's chart that out. Let's chart both moves up, or let's chart the up and down side move. Oh, yeah. I want that so bad. Oh. I should be trading right now, and I'm not. Okay, so Winky's intermittently bullish right now on XHB. So let's chart the bull case out on XHB for Winky. Bull case on this XHB. And trust me out there, he knows a lot more about this stuff than I do. So XHB, as long as XHB holds $100, you're going to have an expectation of an upside move here to 105.28. 105.28. Okay. Now he's also looking for the extension to at least right here. So he's looking for a minimum of this. We've got the other extension above, of course. Right there. So we're going to look for a trade down right here. A break above. Right there. Right there. Right there. Okay. So that's the first part of that trade. He's ultimately looking for an extension to 115. How does he get that extension? I'll show it to you. So that's the bull case. That's the bull case. I want you to see where it all goes. This is the bull case for the extension. I'm going to show you this, how it goes. See it? Do you see it right there? This is not in this time frame. This is a higher time. I've got it on a half-hour chart right now. It should be in an hour chart. I think it takes longer than this. I've got the wrong chart up to be drawing this like this. I should be doing this in a 4-hour chart. But we're in a half-hour chart for today. But just this is the path that he's expecting right here, right? Break above, squeeze higher, catch the new high, grind down, slam up, catch the high, right? Grind down, slam up. Now you've actually got the high. Like you don't get the high, then you get the high. Pull back, hourly trigger on your ass right here. Bam, you catch the high right here. It's going to blast down. Woof. And then you get the pullback to actually knock all that stuff out. And you should be drawing this on a 4-hour chart, not on a half-hour chart. But I see the path. See the path. My personal bet, though, is that this happens. You start it that way right there. So this path will take place, but at a lower price. I think you do tag $95. Almost guaranteed. High probability that you're going to get like a 4 a.m. in the morning, a moment to grab that trade. Now, this is the bear case, but I trust Binky, so I really do. So we're going to leave that one up today. XHB. And Winky is right to an extent, or I agree with Winky to an extent. And the reason being is that if you look at retail sales, home builders and retail sales. So retail sales shows that we're about to bottom on rehabs and constructions, or rehabs and building supplies, and we're like coming to a bottom of a cycle where we should move back up. And home builders as well, not just rehabbing, but we're like coming down into the bottom end of a bottom for spending that money. So I understand, Winky, why you're trying to time that turn. I know what you're telling you. I get what you're doing. Like so Winky's telling you we're coming into that place where it's going to turn up. So I like that. I like that trade a lot. And that's his year out trade. So this is an early trade, not today. One quick second here. Next one we're going to do. So there's a couple of really good tickers, right? I think those are great tickers. We always talk about what on this show? Apple, NVIDIA, Netflix, Tesla, Netflix, NVIDIA, Tesla, Netflix, AMD, Apple, Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA, Netflix, Apple, AMD. Right? Netflix. Every day, right? So we got some we got some fresh blood here. Let's see if we can find any more. BTSG is some fresh blood, right? BTSG. I've got them on my scanner too, Winky. Kitty. What are you doing, Kitty? Hi, Kitty. So we're going to do BTSG right now. BTSG, sort of like GCT. Here's BTSG, just climbing the wall of worry, climbing the daily trigger. Any trade down to the daily trigger, you buy it, right? Trade's not dead until we break below the daily trigger. So BTSG right now, some of our favorite tickers: BTSG, XHB, CLSK. Some pretty good tickers there, right? I think that's some pretty good risk. If you were building an account in this market, that'd probably be some pretty good picks, wouldn't it, Winky? Probably be a pretty good spread right there. CPNG, Doug Fuller, CPNG. Well, Doug, I think we should do one of yours. CPNG. CPNG, Doug Fuller, if you don't know him. I'm not going to say who he is. You can find him. Just look up Doug Fuller on Twitter. I trust his opinion too. Coupang. Let's take a look. Ooh. Wow. Woohoo. That's a good one. Good job, dude. I trust Doug. I know Doug. You like ask guys like Doug's like Winky. Dude, that's a really nice trigger. That's a really nice stock, by the way. Unreal stock. COUPANG. Thank you, Doug, for blessing the community with that, man. Wow. I bet they look great on paper, too. I bet they do. I bet they look great on paper. Why do you like companies like this? Do you guys know why you like companies like this? If you're looking at companies that are spec growth, or being accumulated by market makers or risky hedge funds. So you get a good trader, right? Trader go work for a big bank or something, and they're like, that guy never loses. You know what happens to that guy? They can't put risk on in a bank. So what they do is they form their own hedge funds, and they keep their relationships with these banks. And they're like, hey, man, I got this great company. They just IPO'd. They sent them down to the shit post, but they got all this great stuff, right? And they're like, what are you going to do? Like, well, I'm going to accumulate it really cheap. So if the market is truly, listen closely to this, very closely. If the market is truly risk off, companies or these market makers will stop accumulating these tickers. Listen that closely. Market makers will market makers themselves, not dealers, market makers. They'll actually go risk off. But if we're having a correction in the market, they don't go risk off. So whenever we're paying attention to SPY or Qs or IWM and everything looks doom and gloom, you can usually go and find tickers that are being accumulated and look to see if they're participating in the correction market-wide or if they just keep doing their thing. It's a really nice way to look and check and see if we're actually risk off or not. So while you're looking at gloom and doom, you should be really looking and finding out if any of these tickers are blasting down to zero or not. And if they're not blasting down to zero, they might pull back, but are they participating in a big way? Like, are they going to zero? Are we actually risk off or not? CPNG, gorgeous ticker. Absolutely stunner. Oh, yeah. Unreal ticker. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Look at this ticker. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Look at that ticker. That's just getting started. I know Winky's at home right now looking at this going, ooh, this is a beautiful ticker. Absolutely showstopper. CPNG. That's a showstopper right there. What makes it a showstopper? We got buyers, buyers, buyers. We know where they are, right? They're right here. Unbelievable. This is a great ticker. Unbelievable ticker. Good job. Or not good job, but thank you for sharing it with us. We're going to go to a 1 hour chart. And what else do we have going on here on a 1 hour basis? We've got crosses happening, right? We've got the daily trigger coming above the hour weekly. That's bullish. We have a back chest check on the daily trigger. That's bullish. We now have price above the monthly trigger. That means we're leaving bearishness, right? When price is below the monthly trigger, we're bearish on a ticker. We're now just waiting for what? A confirmation that the move is higher, right? The cross of the daily trigger, the cross of the weekly trigger for new highs on CPNG. This is juicy here. And we're going to start to look for, we're going to go back in time and start to look for, what are we looking for here? Let's take a peek. Man, this is a nice ticker, man. This is a really nice ticker. Thank you, Doug Fuller. Dude, Doug is being nice to you guys today. Dropping science in here. Oh, dude, look at that. Oh, so much room to run on a weekly basis. So much room to run. Here's your monthly basis right there. Gorgeous ticker. It's a stunner, man. That's a great fucking. Why buy a cat? Why buy a falling knife when you got this? Why buy a falling knife when you have this right here? There's no reason to, is there? Upside price targets $38, $40. You should have a pullback on $30 on CPNG. Currently expecting a pullback on CPNG as well, another pullback. I would say a failure on $25, so watch this closely. I would say you have more room to run. As long as you stay above 20 bucks. No, 22. I would expect the trade to go to 24.50. Have a pullback over here in the cross of the daily trigger down at $20. But then you're going to make $26 up here. So this is on the short-term basis. These are my expectations. Let me check these really quick. CPNG on a short-term basis, as long as 22 bucks is held, gonna expect a trade just under 25 bucks. Gonna expect also though a pullback. Let me draw this again. Failure here. Pullback to the cross. Some consolidation. 2, 3, move higher right there. So something just like that. CPNG. CPNG wants to stay above $20 for this trade to still be valid. And I'm going to expect to get over that $25 and get straight to 26. And then we'll discuss later on. Your next target above is 29. You'll fail below 30. Consolidate, and then you're going to be doing a whole entire trip to 40 bucks. Outstanding ticker. CPNG. We have two more tickers. So if you're out there now, we're going to open this up to the audience. If you have 2 tickers, and I don't want Tesla, and I don't want fucking NVIDIA, I don't want AMD, I don't want something that I know. I want something that you like, that's moving. All right, hold on here. Here, I got one for you. Someone just said Morgan Stanley. I'm going to give you guys one. Let's check some. Let me check one of these out. Hold on. Do you have any crosses? Do you guys have a ticker out there that has a daily crossing through a weekly? Daily crossing up into a weekly. How about that? I'll ask a better question. PayPal has a daily crossing up. A daily trigger crossing up through a weekly. GEHC. No. Nope. No. Crossing up into. You guys are going to waste my time, aren't you? PYPL. Okay. PYPL. Let's see it. Nope. They failed. PayPal failed. What else? Give me something where the daily trigger is just about to cross the weekly trigger. Cava MS. You guys, I'm gonna waste my time doing this for you guys. No. You guys are just going to waste your time. I'm just going to keep telling you no. No. Root. I'm going to give you like 5 more chances, and then I'm going to stop doing them. Hold on, we might have one. Let me check it. No. You're going back to $31. Next. No unroot. You're going to get smashed, by the way. Let me see. This one has promise. Pro shares ultra short semis. I wasn't even thinking about that, and I know what SSG is. No. HD TPSD coin. Why are you guys giving me tickers that are not? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Book map. Hold on. What do I see on book map? I see parking. They're parking the bus. They're parking the bus, ping ponging this shit. They're gonna park this bus on you guys. I know you guys are all telling me what you're upside down in. I love you guys. Natty gas cap. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Ooh. I like Okta. I like Okta. Okta stays. This one's close. I like it. Okay. I like it. I like the stunk. I liked it a long time ago. I know that. I used to remember trading Okta back in the day. There is some real risk here in Okta. I got to say that. You break this red line here and they want to sell this down to zero, I can promise you, okay? Now, this is a meme stock, but it has gone down a ton. This is consolidating. A lot of you out there are going to tell you it's a bear flag, but not so bad. There is some positivity. It's getting above its month. It's attempting to get above its monthly. One problem here is that you're trying to wear out a bunch of trapped people. All right, you're trying to wear out a bunch of trapped people, right? So, just a heads up to you. I want to show you guys something here. I'm gonna switch over to the trigger screen. I just want to show you guys something. So just scale out for a minute, breathe. This is a 30-minute basis, right? 30-minute basis. What did I tell you earlier? I was like, hey, we're gonna squeeze up here, right? Woohoo! And then we did the gamma shit, and I was like, oh fuck no. They're gonna sell every rip. And I'm like, they're gonna pin this shit on 5,000, aren't they? So if we squeeze up here, they'll sell it. If we squeeze down here, they're going to pull it back in, and they're going to park the bus on 500. That's my expectation. So at this point, seeing the gamma picture right now, so I wouldn't be all doomed up down here. Don't get doomed up down here. Please don't. It's a pin job. It really is. This is a fucking pin job. So let's look at, briefly, let's go back and look at SPG or SPX. Let's see where we are. So see 5,000. Oh, wait a minute. See, we could go down some more. I agree with you. We can go down some more. But see this local support? See that local support? See that local resistance? They're trying to do this to you. They're trying to do this bullshit. Ping, pong, ping, pong, ping, pong. And then tomorrow, this bullshit right here. That's what they're trying to do on you. Parking the bus. Whoa. So, how about we start selling up here and we start buying down here, okay? So this is the low from yesterday, right? That's the low from yesterday. See the low down here? Oh, wait, you can't. You can't see it. Hold on a second here. Trigger screen full. What we're going to try to do is this. See that yellow bar up there? We're gonna bring that down a little bit. We're going to go with that right there. And we're going to go with the yellow bar right here. Well, let's make them red. Yeah, right about there. We're going to make this one red. That's a giant fucking finger trap. Giant in the middle, right? We're going to go back to a 1 minute basis. We're going to get rid of this crap because we know we're not going to escape a lot. We don't think we're going to escape a lot. We don't think so. If we do, we do. What we're going to do is we're going to trade this zone for the next 2 days and watch your eyes bleed. We're going to watch your eyes bleed on SPY as they park the pig. As they park the pig into tomorrow. I would say to you, try to trade the extremes of this shit. So if we go up here, sell it. If we go down here, buy it. And we're going to do this bullshit right in tomorrow. In my view. Unless we can break out above this red box and this red box, we're just trading the extremes. Okay. Remember that we've got OpEx tomorrow, right? Or no, is it tomorrow? OpEx. Then on the end of month, we've got end of month professional traders that want to get paid. So they've got butterflies, and they've got condors, and they've got broken wings, and they got, I don't know, upside down bullshit, this and that. And they're parking the bus right now for OpEx. So unless we break out below this red or break out above this red, I expect this to be our zone into tomorrow. I'll leave that right there for you guys. Can do whatever you want. That's going to be a garbage, dude. Next 2 days are going to suck. If anything changes during the stream, I'll let you know. But otherwise, Okay, so Okta. Let's get back to Okta really quick. Now, Okta, I want to preface. We're going to highlight Okta here, but I want to preface something. Okta is still a shit stock. Listen to me closely. Okta is still a shit stock. So do not. Of all the stocks we have up here, this is a fucking pump and dump meme. Take that as a wise warning, okay? If that's for you, if you like trading, if you enjoy trading Okta, just beware. And I'm going to chart it out for you right now, but there is a case to be made. There is a case to be made here for Okta escaping and going higher in a big way. $140. Do you see it? So this comes down right here, just like so. Breaks up right there. Hourly trigger comes down right there. Whoop. And you start closing that stuff out right there, okay? So this is Okta. It's going to take time. I would not be buying Okta. I would not be buying Okta unless it's on a low, $76. Your price target is $140. It's a pretty good trade. $75, $140. I like it. I'll take it. There's Okta on a 1 hour basis right there. Good ticker. We'll leave that up for today for you. Okta. Yeah, wait patiently. I'll be looking for that. And to put to that point too, right? If it does bounce off that $75, you know that's also the place for you to have your stops, right? Save your stops on 75. The trade is dead below $75. You start rejecting that number, and they're going to send that shit down to $10. So $75 as a rebuy for Okta. I have one more left. Give me one more. How's TSM doing? Getting shanked. Should I leave TSM up because it's getting shanked? Silver? Okay, silver. SLV. Yeah, we'll do a metal. If you want to know, I have something to let you know of. If you are a pro trader, we do cover commodities. We cover dividends. We cover metals. We cover all kinds of shit like sectors. Matter of fact, the next two we're gonna look at, we'll do for free members. For free members, we're gonna do something for free members that we usually reserve for pro traders. We're gonna throw a couple bones out there for the free member. People that show up, just watch the show. Cap, I don't like it anymore, bro. I don't like that you've started up the the private stuff. So we're gonna take a look at a couple things here. Let me see if we can get something here. What can I do here? What are we gonna do? Silver, right? We're gonna do. Everybody wants. They have gold bugs and silver bugs and all that kind of stuff, right? They want silver. Is that what they want? Ooh. Do you want SLV? Man, dude, I'm telling you what. Silver. I don't want to say this, but I'm going to do a 1 hour basis for you on silver. For now, you're going to be pissy. You're going to be mad. This is SLV. Price target on silver, 24.20. And I think you might have more downside to come. No, that's the expected path. Target 24.20. Now, if you are able to break above, the alternate path would be I would not be long here in silver. I would say this. I would say this on this is silver, by the way. LV, not IV. I would say that to this too in silver. The path is lower on silver. You're gonna get rolled. I guarantee. Not guarantee. I'm fairly certain you're gonna get rolled. But if you do, I'm gonna write something out here for you on silver. Okay. So the bull thesis for silver is the counter thesis. If silver 26.24. I shouldn't be writing this because I know the way is down. I shouldn't even be writing this out for you to give you hope. I shouldn't be giving you this hope because the easier thing to happen where we are on silver is to pull down and then come back up. Like the better trade on silver is that we come down and then you get your swing up again. Even if we go here, you're gonna get rolled. So I'll give it to you though. Most probable path is $24. Let's see how this one trades too. I want to see it. I can be wrong here, but the most probable path is likely down. On silver. Thanks, Winky. I appreciate it. Appreciate that, brother. Okay, so that's all the tickers for today that I'm going to highlight at this moment. It's 1:16 in the afternoon. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been in the chair since 9:30 with you. I've been awake, as you know, all through the night watching futures, and then I was on Twitter this morning. So take a quick break, ease the throat. I'll be back with you here about 2:30 in the afternoon. We're going to then review Netflix for ER. I do want to say to you that if you're just joining us, we like to trade tech earnings synthetically through Qs and SPY. Why is that? It's because if you try to buy options on tech earnings, dealers don't like you. So what happens is, let's say it goes up or down. The next morning, your ticker will be back in line, right? Your options will be dead. Options interest and IV crush. Thank you for playing. But what you can do is for like the first, if they report their numbers at between 4 and 4:15 p.m., you can trade, sometimes you can trade the indexes and be able to get out of the trade. So let's say there's an initial down move on Netflix, you can make some bank. Initial up move on Netflix, make some bank. And then you can get out of the market and be like, yay. You don't get tied into a contract for tomorrow morning. And you can also trade the reaction. So if you see like let's say you see SPY blood down, when you see earnings season, right, you'll see SPY will rip back up by open. If you see SPY moon between 4 and 4:15, you'll see it come back down by open. So you can even trade the reaction trade on these trades. And you're not tied into some overnight nightmare guidance or some overnight nightmare. Let's say the numbers are horrible and it blasts down. And you're like, woo, I'm a bear, dude. I'm making all this money. It was just being used that as an excuse to buy something nicely. What's up? So if you're looking for like, hey, I bought puts, yay, Netflix is going in the dumpster, and you come back on tomorrow morning and it just rides straight back up to where it was, or SPY rides back up to where it was. So we'll trade that today at 4 p.m. At 2:30. I'll be back, and we will discuss the Netflix trade. We will attempt to take a trade on Netflix from 4 until 4:15 p.m. If there's any kind of trade on Netflix that's like a spread or a calendar spread or something that we can do farther out in time that doesn't involve option interest, we'll look at that as well. I'll show you the expected moves, and we might go through some of Netflix's trends on their earnings and some of their expectations if we have time. SPY bleeding down right now to the red box. You know what I said to you earlier, trade it coast to coast. So if you're looking to exit some puts, this is probably the place. Sit on your hands. If you are a bull, you're going to be looking for a return and this next, okay? Something like that. This is a place for you to take the money and run. Not bad, right? Pretty good right there. Nice little tag down there. I'll be back with you guys. I'll be back with you guys in 1 hour. I got to take a piss. You guys understand that, right? I'm drinking water and coffee. I got to take a pee. Have to. That's all I got. I'll see all of you guys in the next hour or so. Yeah, I got to go pee-pee, guys. I can't piss in a bottle. I'll be back with you guys just in a minute. I know. Piss in a bag. Wear a diaper, dude. Can I keep the mic on when I pee? Who said that? Sidoni, you're timed out. I'm just kidding. Toilet chair? A gallon jug? Trade the trigger branded diapers. You guys are terrible. I'll show you guys down here, see how much more doom we got to the downside. Oh, look at all that doom down there. Doom. There ain't much down there, is there? Let's see if we can find a bottom. Oh, right there. A little bit of bottom down there. Find some of that. See if we can see anything. Yeah, right about there. There's a little bit more you can go down here. I think that's that red box. So yeah, if you want to take that a little bit more. If you're a bull, I'd be looking to buy that shit. I'd be a buyer right now if I was a bull, but I'm not buying shit. I believe in wealth preservation. Like, it's been a great day, right? Coast to coast, all the way up, all the way down. None of you bulls should have got caught up here, right? You bulls knew not to do that. We knew there'd be a pullback here. Bears took over. We knew to look for a sell down here. So you should be fine today. None of you guys should be losing any money today. You guys should be making money hand over fist. I'll be back with you guys just a little bit. And yeah, let me get some walk on and take a potty. You shouldn't have gotten caught. What happened to you, Trippy? All right, so I will they're all traumatized by previous Netflix releases. I believe that. Dude, Netflix is crazy, right, Winky? Fucking Netflix is like, we're going up 50 points. We're going down 100 points. I'm like, ah! Dealer positioning for that move, Winky? Is that what you're saying? Probably, dude. Fucking flashbacks and shit. I mean, you could pretty much take Netflix, right? And just buy a fucking is it strangle, right? Yeah, just do a strangle, man. Like 5-cent puts and 5-cent calls, and one of those fucking things is gonna ring the bell, isn't it? I'll be back. I'll be back. Hey, you know what I am going to do here, guys, is just leave it on this magnet that we have here at SPX parking the bus so that you guys can be. I'm going to leave this right here with you. I'm going to put it on 1 minute for you so you can see it better. Hold on here. Parking the bus, SPX Gamma. Saw this earlier today. Make this bigger so you can see it on your screens at home.
conditions that you're growing them in and working around that model. And I do agree with the smaller plantations that are less rigorously,
giving much more control to traditional owners and allowing them to drive things. And some of the best discussions I've had about how we manage our forests more broadly, people who are thinking more holistically, they know that we need to, we all use timber and paper products and we should be producing those locally. They've got people that have worked in the industry and they want to stay working on country and working in the bush. So I think that that allowing them to drive a lot of the future decision making.
All right, so you can hear that, right? You can hear that. Check 1, 2. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm trying to test some stuff out in the background here. Hey, can you guys hear News Squawker talking in the background or no? Any of you guys in the chat, let me know if you can. Is there a News Squawker that's talking? Haven't heard any? Okay. Did you hear that just then? Did you hear that just a second ago? Yeah, there's a nice call trade here. Okay, you heard that? Good, good. All right, guys. So just keep your eyes open on this bleeding that's going on. I want to draw your attention to the bottom left-hand side chart. You'll see the blue line that says local support. You got 105 million of SPX gamma here. This is local support, so just be looking for a nice quick like dip down and then a rip. We're almost there for a nice fat rip. Woohoo! There goes the squeeze, baby. You're welcome, Jared. When I'm back at the next 15 minutes, Spider, I will go over it, okay? I'll go over that. PPOs, PMOs, and market breadth, okay? It's a good question, Spider, and I will answer that for you. So yeah, 2:30. I'll be back at 2:30. P-Jug, I didn't wash it out. I just put the cap back on so I couldn't smell it. It's like an old Navy coffee mug. You just leave the old coffee in it so it gets brown. Yeah, there's risk of one more down move. You see it right here? See that one right there? Watch my cursor down there. You see that? Hi, kitty. Hopefully, if you're in puts, you close them when I warned you. Sheldon, that was so fucking terrible.
of our players. And as we get into a new collective bargaining agreement in a year or two, that'll be an opportunity to pay the players more. The one we did in 2020 was viewed as progressive and historic. We tripled the pay of the top player. And now I think what's happening, they're also getting endorsements. I mean, I think LeBron James signed an $80 million plus endorsement with Nike before he even came into the NBA. And no one ever had that narrative that his salary at the NBA was a lot lower than his Nike endorsement. And so we're getting there. Those other men's leagues are 50 to 100 years, or 75 to 100 years older than we are. We're tipping off our 28th season. We are the longest tenured women's professional sports league. And more people to attend and watch and rep the WNBA.
I'm just curious about expansion. You talked about bringing new teams to new cities from Portland. You talked about Nashville, Denver. What about international? Because we've, of course, seen the NBA and NFL go to Europe and other countries beyond.
Yeah, it's a great question. We're trying to globalize our game, too, because when I joined the league, we were basically a domestic league, and we have a lot of fans around the world. We showed our games in India last year. For the first time, I think 22 million unique viewers watched WNBA games, so we have enormous opportunity globally to bring our game there. We are, we bring our game to over 200 countries and territories, but we also did do a preseason game in Toronto last year, sold out. The night after the Stanley Cup playoffs with the Maple Leafs, the next day we sold out the same arena. And so, yes, this year we're going to Edmonton in a couple of weeks for a preseason game in Canada, and hopefully we can expand in Europe and more broadly. And I've admired how the NBA has globalized over time in Asia, in Europe, now in Africa, and we'll follow on suit as we start to grow this league.
A question and an observation. The Olympics fall right in the middle of your season. How are you going to accommodate that, and how important will the U.S. Women's Olympic team be to expanding the brand awareness, the personality awareness of your players?
Yeah, so the U.S. Women's National Senior Team are going for their 8th consecutive gold medal in Paris. Actually, the WNBA was born out of the '96 Atlanta Olympics when the women won the gold medal, and David Stern, the commissioner of the NBA at the time, and Adam launched the league back in '97. And so it is really important because now we're on this run of 8. Diana Taurasi herself is going for her 6th consecutive gold medal. That's 24 years of excellence. So it'll be a great story. We will break for a couple weeks, but it'll be in the middle of our season, right off of our All-Star game. And it'll be great. When they come back, we'll get a big pickup and lift. I know NBC is going to market a lot around this team.
You bet.
And again, 8th consecutive gold medal.
Well,
yes.
We are the network of the Olympics, Kathy, as you well know. I want to just make this observation. One of the genius things I think you all did was have at the NBA All-Star break, was it Sabrina Ionescu in the shoot-off with Steph Curry? She almost beat him. Yes. Steph Curry almost beat him. I think he had to make the last shot, and she was shooting from the NBA three-point line. I encourage you to continue to do that, because that was the most compelling part of what otherwise to me was just kind of a normal NBA All-Star weekend. So congratulations, Kathy Engelbert.
Yeah, and I think it was. Yep.
Go ahead.
Great.
Finish your thought.
It was a great event. It was a great event. It came off of Sabrina breaking Steph's record in our All-Star game last summer. And it was an idea we had executed beautifully by the NBA during the three-point competition at NBA Skills Night. And it was highly viewed. And
it was
I think
awesome.
people, especially for young girls, to see Sabrina on that court, and even someone like me who played back in the 80s, it was a great night.
Yeah, it really was. Kathy Engelbert, thanks.
Exciting time. Dow is back in positive territory. Let's get to Kate Rogers with a news update. Hi, Kate.
Hey there, Seema. Welcome back to Power Lunch here. So jury selection in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial is just resuming after a lunch break. This morning, 2 jurors were dismissed, reducing the number of seated jurors to 5. Prosecutors also accused Trump of continuing to violate his gag order. The judge also urged the media to stop reporting detailed information about jurors out of concern for their anonymity. U.S. senators introduced a bipartisan measure to speed up the development of nuclear power plants run by nuclear fusion reactions. The senators say it would set a clear regulatory authority to scale up fusion energy facilities and incentive investments here. Fusion, which is the same process that powers the sun, could be a power source that emits virtually no greenhouse gases. And the countdown is on for Taylor Swift's newest album. And even though it hasn't come out yet, it's still breaking records. Spotify said the Tortured Poets Department is now the most pre-saved album on the streaming service. It comes out at midnight. Back over to you guys. I cannot wait for that one.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. And up next, Netflix on a hot run, up 78% over the past 6 months, fueled largely by its password sharing crackdown. What's in store for earnings? Power Lunch will explore that when we come right back.
All right. I'm going to swing back in here. Hold one more second. One more second. All right, I'm back. Put that over there. Put that over there. Put this over there. Put this over here. All right, there's a few things here. So we are bouncing around, right? Parking the bus. Looks like dealers are accounting for two things. Let's have a little chat here. Get rid of that. Get rid of... I emptied my pee jug. There's a couple cool things here we can look at for end of day at least. Now, number one, they're trying to park the bus. We know that, right? The closer they put us to 500, any kind of news or volatility, they can account for tomorrow. Okay, think about that, for tomorrow. So they've got some. The dealers love doing stuff. Dealers are famous for getting you where you want to be without paying you. Does that make sense? Getting you where you want to be without paying you. So an example would be maybe dropping us below 500 on SPY in the overnight, and in the morning you don't get paid. Or getting us below 500 after OPEX or after the end of month, right?
CaptainWill.com.
Let me get rid of this here. So if there's more down to go, let me see if I can show you this. There's a thesis here, right? So if you've got, let's say you got all these puts down below, and they don't pay them. They can attempt to pay them, or we hit the target, but you don't get paid in an overnight. And another thing they can do is hit those targets after they all expire. So while that's the same as the jugs or the buckets that I was showing you earlier, right? So you get all these puts, they all expire at the end of the month, then they blast us down at the end of the month and come back up. And they're like, look, we went down there, but you didn't get paid, so fuck you. Boom, we got the lows, but we didn't pay options. So there's a little bit of that, right? Probably going on into OPEX and probably end of month, and maybe even after the end of the month. They don't mind going anywhere. They don't care about where we go. They just don't want to pay you. If all of you think you're getting paid, now you guys probably think you're getting paid right now. You are on zero dates, but on monthly, here, let me show you this. I'll tell you what they don't want to pay. Or I'll show you what they don't want to pay. I think I showed it in last night's brief. So they've got this shit all in the money, right? They don't want to pay this shit, though, do they? No, they can. Like, we can go to an overnight and they'll tease it and then come back, right? Then once all this shit is erased, they'll be like, woohoo, let's go down there. See ya, suckers. Get it? The other thing that can happen here is they don't pay it. They just pin right around here. We have potential to squeeze, right? We go up, we print all this shit. All this shit then becomes worthless. And then we go back down there, even though the puts are still there, but they're worthless. The gamma is off the puts. The impact, right, of the gamma of these puts goes away. They're all still here. They just don't pay them. And this is a game that dealers play with staying neutral, right? They don't want to pay anybody. Psych, right? Psych, that kind of stuff. So now they will sometimes have to chase and pay. Now, if they do chase, let's say we get real money selling, then dealers will chase that price. In the moment that they see no more put buying, they will start dumping and try to get us back to here. Make sense? So we can have a lot of volatility in here, too, at the same time. That's how we get amplified moves, and that's how these people actually do sometimes get paid. Same thing on the opposite side. Okay? So, we know all of that, right? We know all about that. We know all about OPEX and end-of-month flows, and then we want to be somewhere in here at least. Okay, so we don't know all that, right? Now, the next thing we're going to look at is this. It's 2:35 in the afternoon. We have Netflix is probably the biggest report that we have today. We have others, but that's probably the biggest one. And I'm going to talk to you guys about two specific things, two important things that I want you to know. First one is going to be this one or this one. Maybe this one. We'll start with this one right here. Now, I do not recommend trading with these people. I have to preface this with, here, let me go back to, I'm going to go to talking with viewers because I don't want you to see my back end of my YouTube and shit. Oh, nope, wrong one. But I'm gonna post a link for you. I don't think you need to sign in for this. But I'm going to post a link for you because it's really quick and fast. And they really do this. One of their tools is really good. So I'm going to post this to you here, this link, if you don't already use it. And what I like about it is it's quick and dirty. Like if you're trying to trade a, if you're trying to trade like an earnings and you're like, I just need some quick and dirty facts. It's fairly easy to do. So hold on here. Send you this one. And we're going to switch right back again. Get rid of this. So you can open this up at home if you want. So here we are. I'm going to move this over for the moment. Your thing over there. And we're going to take a look at Options AI. I do not recommend trading with them. Can't. Mostly because they're owned by Benzinga. And they're owned by Benzinga, and their order flow sucks. It's one of the worst order flows I've seen. No offense, but if they do it better. So this is the U.S. equity earnings calendar. You can select the week. You can just search by name. You don't even need to like know the date. That's a good thing. Like if you go to like Yahoo and you try to search for a company, it's a pain in the ass. Looking for earnings can be a real pain in the ass. Just typing in the earnings by symbol search box, this one right here is badass. They also have some earnings news down below here. It's kind of nice little feature. And so we're just going to type in Netflix. Or, you know what we'll do this week. Or how about this? We'll do, we already know what it is. So we're just going to type in NFLX as an example. And we got Netflix. And what I really like about this being quick and dirty is gives you some key information. Especially right before an earnings trade, like the day of, or even like a month out or something like that. And what's really fascinating, or not fascinating, you guys know about this stuff, but it gives you expectations farther out in time. The expected move shows you the IV. And if you were going to do an earnings trade for a company that's reporting, in a month, it works really well too. Shows you the IV. It also shows you the expected move in that time frame, especially if you're going to trade like a butterfly, right? Or a run up, or a sell down into an earnings, right? And this is where it gets really, really cool. Their next earnings is Thursday, 4/18 after the close. The expected move currently, where we currently sit with Netflix, is up or down 8%, 7.9%. This means dealers are pricing in a move to 8% up and down. And they're not pricing in anything more than that. And they're neutral on either way. If we go up 8%, we go down 8%. Now, this does change tomorrow and next week. And it changes on their next expiry. Excuse me, next expiry. This is where it gets really cool down here, though. Prior earnings moves. 1 day move in January, 10%. October, 16%. July, 8%. And this is where the fear is in the market, right? Big moves, right? You might be saying, 8% is not that much, but that's only because you see the 16 and the 10. 8%, 16%, 10% moves, huge, huge moves. What else is cool about this chart? If you compare tickers or symbols and their earnings, prior earnings, you can kind of get a feel of what's going on. Some tickers really line up to their earnings, right? You can sometimes see some patterns in there. And this one right here goes to that one. This one right here goes to that one. And that one right there goes to that one. And let's take a look back on Netflix and see if we can see a pattern. Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes there is. Sometimes we follow trend. Sometimes we go against trend. So we're going to take a look and see what we can see out of both of these earnings. January 23rd, we were already consolidating, and we blasted up. October 18th, we were consolidating, and we blasted up. On July 19th, we were peaking out, and they sold the fuck out of it. Pretty consistent here, right? Pretty consistent. Consolidate, rip. Consolidate, rip. Rip into their earnings, we sell the fuck out of it, right? Back here, selling down, flat, but we did go up. Reaction was after. That's April 18th. But that was only a 3% move expected. So you're not going to expect anything to happen with, they'll stay in line with where they're going if there isn't an outsized move. This one right here, though, a little bit different, right? January 19th. What happened here? We were already going up. We should have sold this, right? Looks like we should have sold it. But there is a little bit of consolidation into the move. There's a little bit we can look at with Netflix. Down below, they even have earnings news that are related specifically to Netflix. This is all free. This is awesome. Really, really awesome. I like it. So we're going to get rid of that right now. And we're going to read, I'm going to read to you two other things. I'm going to read to you, this is from CNBC Pro. So this is a pro subscription. I don't know what it costs, but we pay for it. You guys pay for it. This is a Netflix Pro account, and they have an article for you about their earnings. Netflix earnings about to hit the street. Here's what traders need to know. Can we play this? I wish we could play it. It doesn't look like we can. I wish we could play and have the audio in this. So I'll read it to you. The unofficial start to first quarter reporting season for tech giants begins with Netflix after the bell on Thursday. Shares of the media behemoth have kicked off the year in a strong note, rallying 26% and outperforming the broader S&P 500. The pressure is on for Netflix following two back-to-back quarterly reports that boosted shares. I'll break this bigger for you. Shares double digits in the ensuing trading sessions. Last quarter, Netflix fell short of earnings expectations, but topped rev estimates and total memberships. The company also added 13.1 million subscribers, easily topping Wall Street's 8 to 9 million estimate, helped in part by its harsh crackdown on password sharing. Got a little bit of a pullback here, right? Trading almost 608 right now. For first quarter, analysts polled by LSEG expect Netflix to report earnings of $4.52 per share and roughly $9.8 billion in revs. The closely watched subscriber ad figure is expected to come in at 4.59 million, according to Street accounts. Wall Street anticipates a largely rosy setup for the stock, with many forecasting that the company beats or reports in line with expectations. So the expectation is they meet or beat. Now, a big part of this report is going to be not their numbers, but their guidance on Q2 and 3, and more specifically 4. And that has to do with no more password sharing. When does the effect of password sharing wear off? The anticipation contributed to some Wall Street firms lifting their price targets heading into the print. This month, MS analyst Ben Swin retained his overweight weighting and hiked his price target to $700. $700. We'll remember that when we start to do the 7.9% up and down move expected. Looks like they're accounting for most of that, right? Like to go to 680. A share implying 14% upside from Wednesday's close. JP Morgan's Doug A. lifted his price target to $650 a share, citing ongoing subscriber growth from paid sharing. NFLX's track record includes pivoting from DVD to streaming. Huh? That's been a while, bro. Scaling the world's largest studio. That's true, but they're almost done with that. And successfully monetizing password sharing. Looks like a lot of this shit's been priced in, isn't it? This track record combined with new call options, ads, games, live sports, that shit ain't doing nothing. Ads is good. And a 25% EPS plus EPS compound annual growth rate supports a premium multiple and justifies a continued overweight rating. To be sure, some analysts with neutral ratings on the stock have also increased their price targets in recent weeks to account for the stock run-up. Some earnings and free cash flow adjustments. Piper lifted its target to 600, while Douche and Barclays moved to a 550 target from 525 and 475 respectively. Everybody's got pretty high targets here, don't they? Even the Bears have pretty good targets. Ongoing paid share tailwinds. This is a big one. Big one. Outside of the top and bottom line figures, Wall Street's keeping a close watch on paid sharing, otherwise known as... Hold on. I lost on myself here. Outside the top and bottom line figures, Wall Street's keeping a close watch on paid sharing, otherwise known as the company's recent crackdown on password sharing. While no specific metric tracks paid sharing, benefits typically show up in subscriber numbers. In fact, the clampdown helped boost subscriber numbers well above expectations in the past 2 quarters, contributing to strong additions in the third and fourth quarters of 2024. Analysts expect the tailwinds to ease at some point this year. This is a big one right here. Those tailwinds, if they discuss this in their guidance, could be negative on the company. but the crackdown should continue boosting the company's revs and subscriber numbers at least in the first quarter. To reflect that, several Wall Street analysts recently lifted their subscriber addition numbers. Along with price hike, JPM's and Muth raised the bank's estimate to 6 million from 4.5 million this month, citing paid sharing, alongside a strong content slate and the build-out of Netflix's advertising unit. Under the paid sharing plan, Netflix account owners can buy an extra member slot and invite people outside of their household to use the service. Now, this is outstanding, right? This is great news. Your son can't use it anymore, but if you want to pay for him, Dad or Mom, you can. Ingenious, right? You want to buy a membership for your son now? Ingenious. That's good. While the lowest hanging fruit was captured in 23, we believe Netflix still has meaningful paid sharing monetization opportunity as it tightens filters across specific use cases and borrower cohorts. You're going to be listening to this today, right? And their guidance. This is later after 4:15. Only the numbers come out at 4:15. Their guidance is later tonight. You want to be listening for that. How are you able to squeeze more money out of people? Also in April, GS analyst Eric S. lifted the firm's estimate for net adds for the first quarter to 7.2 from 6.6 mil, while douche analyst Brian Kraft upped his estimate by 1.5 million to 7 million. Woo! Kraft estimates that Netflix has added about 20 million new accounts or 25 million households through this initiative. But that growth will begin to fade at some point this year. This sounds like party time, doesn't it? The last party for Netflix. After 1Q24, Netflix begins to lap the paid sharing benefits, most significantly in 2H24, wrote MS Swinburne. This is when we estimate net adds decline year over year. So we're coming into the end of this cocaine job for Netflix, aren't we? Almost like there might be one last hurrah. Like party time and sell the news. A reason for caution. Despite Netflix's strong run this year and the benefits reaped through paid sharing, some Wall Street analysts see reasons for caution. Barclays, Canon V retained his equal weight rating on the stock despite its recent strong performance in the subscriber numbers, noting that much of the company's growth potential appears priced in, while long-term margin expectations may be too high. Now, Netflix has returned a ton of money to its investors. Douches Kraft also expressed some caution on the 450% increase in Netflix share price over the last 18 months, saying it creates a tricky setup heading into the print. We have an 11 strong buy, 18 on buy, 15 on hold, 1 on underperform, neutral basically. Current price 608, highest price target 765, average price target 633, upside 3.99, lowest price target 440. We believe that in order for the stock to appreciate further, consensus estimates for 24-25 will need to be revised higher, as we believe a lot of it is priced in at these values. He wrote that paid sharing should normalize at some point this year, and this looks right to me. You front run all of this shit. I'm going to expect today that whatever this report is, if it does rip, that's it. That's the top. Piper Sandler's Matt F. said that he's bracing for a pullback to get more constructive given the recent run of the stock and heightened expectations. There is a sell the news part to this. So if you're long the stock and it goes up today, I'd be looking to take the money and run. Winky Face is saying they're raising prices just this year. They've already said that, though. It's free money for them. Why wouldn't they? Investors may also be getting overexcited about the company's paid sharing initiative, with Moffett-Nathanson, Michael Nathanson retaining his neutral rating despite hiking the firm's subscriber estimates. That said, we continue to remain cautious of the pie in the sky forecasts. Blah, 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 blah. What else to watch? Also, along with paid sharing, Wall Street's also keeping close watch on comments surrounding Netflix's ad-supported tier, which boasted 23 million users earlier this year. I haven't used the paid service, so I don't know. Can you guys tell me in the comments something about that? You know, and someone's talking about Disney right now, right? there's a major decline. I don't have it in front of me, but I had it open earlier this morning. There's a major decline right now in people watching TV shows and movies. And guess who is actually doing well because of that? Netflix. Total viewership is down across the board. People's habits are changing in how they consume their media, but Netflix has done a really good job. It's kind of like HBO was in the 80s. Everybody keeps Netflix. Along with paid sharing. Farrell said in April note that he's keeping an eye on ramp up of the company's ad business and on the lookout for signs of advertising inflection. We continue to wait for the pivot to walking from crawling, but as the ad tier competitive landscape intensifies, we suspect scale needs to happen sooner rather than later, adding that scope of ad tier seems to be lagging expectations. That's good news, believe it or not. I know it sounds negative, but it doesn't. It means there's room to grow. Wall Street will also be monitoring any comments related to Netflix's partnership with WWE. City's Jason B. noting that the company could potentially acquire NBA rights at some point in other regions. This is a saucy one right here. You know, if Netflix can actually start to capture, like you got Netflix movies, you got Netflix TV shows, and they've lacked in some of their TV shows, but actually they're pretty good TV shows from other countries. But if you start tuning into Netflix for everything, like one network for everything, that'd be pretty wild, wouldn't it? Following Netflix's WWE rights and the pending NBA rights, we believe investors will be listening for any change in tone regarding the company's sporting strategy. Write that one down. I mean, think about that, right? If they're crushing, if they're like beating everybody else up, you're consolidating all these companies, and Netflix becomes your go-to for everything outside of Twitch or YouTube. That's pretty big, right? You could start to really knock down competitors. So this is a big part of today. This last part down here is big. Now, raising prices is great, right? It's easy. But this stuff here, like market capture, this is huge. Because what happens is other competitors fall. This will make bankruptcies for competitors and because you'll just say, fuck it. I get basketball, I get golf, I get WWE. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they at some point down the road said, and we're going to launch our own news service. And you just like got Netflix now. I shit you not. I shit you not. That's real. I kid you not. We've seen this consolidation. If you're older, you know this consolidation happens. A prime example of this would be when network TVs became more, or like Fox News is a great one. We used to have VHF and UHF. And Fox TV was a small little rinky-dink UHF station, but they started doing news. They started doing sports. They started doing TV shows. They had cartoons on Sundays, right? So I would suspect that you're looking for this from Netflix, that same transformation. Now, I doubt they announced that stuff in this earnings report, but what are they going to have today to excite? Remember when Apple stopped making devices, tried to push revs on services, that was misunderstood, and they had nothing afterwards. So how long can you sit on your revs and not say, hey, we're developing something bigger? So this should be a big thing for Netflix today on their guidance to say, hey, are you going to expand your services? Are you going to become a Fox TV? Like a today's day and age Fox TV. Fox TV was like UHF. Like that was some, Fox at one time was like watching UHF, the movie. You know, they had like fucking, it was like low rent UHF shit. This is way back in the day, like the 1980s into the 90s. So now we're going to move over to the trigger screen. And we're going to take a look at NFLX. Winky, if you want to come on the show and with audio, let me know. Or if you want to send me anything, that's a great movie, by the way. UHF, do not miss that movie. If you've never seen the movie UHF, get it. There aren't a lot of copies left of it out there. If you guys want to, Wiki, if you're out there, if you want to email me some points, email me some text or anything, if you want me to let people know, let me know. If you want to just state it in the chat, I'll read it off for people and live if you want. Do you have any? I might have missed something you might have said earlier, brother. So if you want to like say something on the chat again, and I'll speak it on audio. So there's some real potential for upside here. Is my point. I would be, if I was a Netflix investor, I'd be closely watching guidance. The tailwinds discussion. Do they discuss that right now? Do they say, hell no, we got more money coming for the rest of the year? We don't expect a decline in Q4. We don't expect a leveling off in Q4. And what's your plans, Netflix, for expansion after that does happen, right? Do you have plans to capture more market share from viewers? Are you trying to take out competitors? Give me one quick second here. Netflix on a 30-minute basis. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it on with a higher time frame velocity. So all looks good here, right? What can we tell about this? Let's look at some previous. This looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? We got a high. Come back down, another high, right? Swoop back down. We got a high. Big swoop up. What happened over here? Came up here. Right about there, right? Come up here. We're almost there again, aren't we? See that blast up, down, and then up again, right? Looks pretty, looks pretty similar to this, right? Down, up, over here, right? Pretty close, right? Kind of pump, slam, slam, woohoo, reach for the sky, right? Let's take a look at velocity. On a monthly basis, just getting started. Looks like growth for the next quarter or two. On a weekly basis, this scares me a little bit. Scares me a little bit. Makes me think that it's a take the money and run ER, even if it's a good ER. Now you might have a pullback, but then we go up again, right? So positive in the long term, positive in Q2, Q3, still accumulating on a monthly basis. Let's see what happens when we're up here. Let's take a look. Looks a little toppy, right? Looks a little toppy, doesn't it? So even if it's a good earnings, looks like we take the money and run, doesn't it? Looks like we take the money and run. On a 30-minute. Let's see what 30 minutes saying for intraday stuff. Daily velo looks pretty weak, doesn't it? Hourly velo looks good. Looks okay. Not bad, not good. Looks okay. Not really seeing too much here that is making me one way or another. One quick second here. I want to check one more thing here. I'm doing it from this daily because we're kind of close, right? This kind of looks right. I could do it from current price, but I bet we squeeze up here in the close. I think we're going to start squeezing here. $6.50, right? Is about right. I don't like this rolling on daily velo here. I'll be honest, I don't like it flattening like that. I don't like that at all. My expectations into close today on Netflix. Is going to be in line with a move down to 590 and resolve to the upside later tonight with good guidance. I do think that it sells the news. Let me just check something again. 628, 625, somewhere in there. $650. I should do this here. As I do think there's a ramp up into the close. I do think it's a sell the news event into the bell today. I think they're going to come in line. I think you're going to get your push up after hours to 655. You might get, is that? You might catch a little goodness right here. Like after the bell and good on a inline report, they'll trade 625. They'll blast it back down here, 590, and then you're going to get a kick-ass guidance. I'm afraid here that people are going to be taking the money on you. Oh, sorry. Take the money and run. And then I do think you have another dip buy, though, down the road on 550. I'd be a buyer on 550 for continued yeah, that's what I think. 525 up here, come down, kick-ass guidance, woohoo! Take the money and run, and then set the trade up again for the further down the road. So what I would say to you, am I staying after the market close cap for Netflix? So I will be here with you trading this until 4:15. I will be here with you. Don't pay attention to this because you're not going to get this part of it until after the bell. It should be like right there. And then you'll get I should have drew this better. 625 right there. Matter of fact, I'll draw. Oh, shit. Now, don't be trading with what I say, okay? Don't be. I think you're gonna ramp it up here. You're gonna squeeze up here. You might get a little bit of blood right after the bell, but then it goes straight back up 625. They're gonna wait for. This is gonna be their initial take the money and run phase. Come back down here and then wait for a kick-ass guidance. And I do think you go up to I do think you hit this at least today. I think it gets faded though, and the reason that's gonna get faded is because unless the only way it doesn't fade is if they come out in their guidance and they say some shit like, we added basketball, we're adding fucking golf, we're adding fucking football, we're adding fucking news sources, all the other nonsense. They play that card, this shit'll run. This shit will run if that happens. Is anybody bearish? Is anybody bearish? Oh, if it's not great, 536.55 by open tomorrow. So you could take a 535 put for the next expiry. You could take a 520 or 625 or a 6. I wouldn't take 650. And I wouldn't. I'm misspeaking here. I'd probably take like a call that's like 630, and then a put that's like 600. Personally, I wouldn't trade this. So if you want to ask, like, would you be taking puts and calls on this shit? Fuck no. I want you to know that. I would synthetically trade this. I would synthetically trade this with SPY. Dip, rip, dip. So I can't do 4. So lame. All right. Trust me. I'm pretty good at this stuff. I do a fairly good job of calling this shit. Here's your Netflix chart. You have no business trading this right now. You really don't. Let me go back. If you wanted some business, you buy shares on a low if the report is good. You buy those shares and you'll rip it to north. If the report is bad, you'd be trying to buy a bottom. If you're already long and you get great news, you're trying to sell into that great news. If you wanted to synthetically trade this, here's SPY into the bell. Oh, yeah, I like this. It's actually a really good setup. Someone out there thinks we're going to the moon with Netflix. That's why we're down here. If you were to synthetically trade this, I would wait until 401. Have your options chain open. And I would wait for the initial report. Hopefully we're selling down into the report at 405. I think it comes out. Hopefully SPY or Qs is blasting down. If the report is good, you slam the buy button on 0 dates. You ride them up, and I'm going to warn you of something. This is a warning. This is not advice. This is a warning. Let's say you're watching, or let's say I was watching the options chain, and 495 Cs I'm watching, 498 Cs. Give me a second here. It doesn't matter. Let's say I'm watching 498 Cs, and let's say into the bell they go to 10 cents, and we're blasting down before the ER. The ER numbers are released. Boom, they're 10 cents, right? The moment I buy them at 10 cents, I'm slamming the buy button, market buy or something. Whatever I buy them at, I am automatically setting what I want to make off the trade. Listen to that closely. If I buy them for 10 cents, I'm going to go boom, boom, 0.20. We start ripping up. I don't care if they go to $1. I don't give a fuck if they go to 80 cents. Whatever I want to gain off that trade, I click it in and I get out. In, out, in, out. I don't sit there and I buy them for 10 cents. They go to $1. I knock out a 20 and I get all upset and cry. Oh, I could have made this much money. I'm going to tell you why. If you don't catch a fucking fill, those fucking things are going to zero. In your hindsight thinking, you're going to be like, oh, I could have made 80 cents. You couldn't have sold. Trust me. So you pre-think out your trade. You pre-think out your winnings. And you execute it from start to finish with just like, hey, man, woo, made 10 cents. Awesome. 100% trade. Does that make sense? You got to. If the trade goes against you, I lost it. This should not be something where you're trying to make money. It's like a lottery. I'm down at the bar at that VFW. We're doing some pops, some pop caps, right? Trying to make $5 or something. Drinking a beer with the friends. I didn't win anything. No big deal. You should not be trying to grow your account with this bullshit. You should not be trying to make money with this bullshit. You should be using like 0.01% of your account. So you got like $1 million. You can spend some money. You got $1,000 and you're like, I'm going to slam the fucking $500 buy button. You're fucking out of your minds. This shit can go against me, you, all day long. You have no business trading this. So, if you're going to trade this with options, the best way that I've found to trade these out with options is always synthetically through Qs and SPY because you can get in and get out. If the shit's wrong, if the guidance is bad, you're not going to care. You'll be like, woo, I traded the EPS, right? Woo-hoo. We beat. Came across the wire. I took the low, wrote it up, got out, let everybody else deal with that shit. Because that shit can go against you by morning. In a big way. Even if you're right. IV crush. You name it, you can get fucked. Not kidding here. Not kidding on this shit. There's some other things too here. If you don't close those things out, puts or calls, whatever your poison is. You will not wake up happy in the morning on an index. You might wake up happy in the morning on a ticker, but if you think Netflix rips faces off and you're going to wake up and SPY's going to be up 100 points, probably not. Sometimes it is. Sometimes SPY's down. Sometimes SPY's up. But like 70% of the time, it is not. All that shit comes back. Like when you have like a bloodbath at nighttime with one ticker, you wake up in the morning and you're like, oh, it's down, it's down. By 9:30, fucking SPY and Qs are like right back to where it was the day before. Not always, but a lot. A lot. So here's SPY. Here's Qs. Know your exit every time. Know your entry. Know where you want to enter. And there's another thing. I would never fucking enter calls. If you're bullish here, I would never enter those calls right now. And it might go straight up right now and not stop. But I'm telling you what. I can't tell you how many fucking times I've bought fucking calls on an ER synthetically. And like the first 2 or 3 minutes after hours, that shit just goes to fucking zero. Now you're trying to buy higher strikes, and now you're trying to catch, like panicking, all that other shit. So, and if you miss the trade, it's okay. You don't have to get in the trade. There's no like I have to buy. I can't be left behind. I don't care if they burn. Be patient. You've got what, 7 or 8 big tech companies? You got like 3 or 4 chances to make some bank. A big one's Tesla. Like they sell that shit down right in the fucking dumpster. That's a good company. If they sell that shit to the dumpster, you come back in like 3 days, 4 days, right before, right after the next expiry. Oh man, you make some fucking money. Tesla's famous for like running up into their ER and selling, running down into their ER. Like a week later, it just fucking moons. So I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Are you bullish or bearish? No, dude, do not. I'm telling. I mean, it might happen, but I'll tell you what, dude. In these fucking ERs, if you're trading the index, a lot of times it goes back to fucking zero by open. So me specifically, you see SPY right here? Watch this closely. Watch SPY closely. I'm hoping for SPY to do this right here. I'm hoping for SPY to like, oh yeah, man, buy some calls. And then right, we hit 4 o'clock. That was your buy. Until 4:15. That's what I'm looking for. Now let's say it runs away all the way up. I missed the trade. But I can't tell you how many times. Can't fucking tell you how many times I've traded this shit. And they will tease your ass into it. You're like, oh, dude, I should have taken that trade, bro. It's running away. 401. Netflix gets a good report at 405. Might not happen today, but I can't tell you, dudes. I can't tell you how many fucking times. And you're like this. You're like, oh, they're 20 cents. Oh, they're 40 cents, baby. Oh, shit, they're 5 cents, 1 cent, 0 cents. Oh, no, they're only worth 3 pennies. Now, I'm not giving you any advice here. This is not financial advice. Not financial advice. My financial advice to you is do not trade this. Just giving you my own experience and what my experience has been trading this shit. Okay? Good. Hopefully Tesla is in panic. No, it's not so bad. Tesla doesn't look too bad. Tesla's getting bought. They're buying the fuck out of it down here. They're going to get smoked, though. In my view, they're going to get smoked. I could be wrong in this, but I think they're buying 140, not 147. It's close, though. 147, 140. Buyers start coming out. It's close enough, right? I think tomorrow is going to be a fucking pin. I think if we bleed down tomorrow, we'll squeeze up. I think if we squeeze up overnight, they're going to send it back down. I think regardless of actions tonight, that you're going to see us come right back to this fucking 500 pin. I don't know, man. I haven't seen too many OpExes, and I haven't seen too many end of months where the market wasn't trying to print bigger trades. I've never seen it. I've only seen them target what they want to be at. Parking the bus. I think you're out of your fucking minds ever trying to say we're going to crash or moon on an OpEx or an end of month. It's like the 2 days of the year you don't fuck, or 2 days of the month you don't fuck around. They have a target in mind where they want to park the bus. As soon as you're done playing that game, you can do whatever you want. Tell me in the chat. Netflix, or just tell me 2 things in Netflix: up or down, up or down. Let's get a poll from you guys. What's your thesis here? Up or down? Just up or down? Up or down? Like, how do we end the day? Up, like, is it up? We hitting the 8% on the upside, 8% on the downside, or flat? 8 up, 8 down, or flat? To the right. I know. Don't ask me what I'm in, or I'm not in anything right now. I'm not in anything right now. No trade. I'm looking for a bloodbath I'm looking for a bloodbath from 4 o'clock until 4:03, and then hopefully buy some calls. I want to buy some calls at like 4:03. This is Netflix. This is SPY. This is QQQ. 7% down, then 11 up. I like that. Pinned. Woo. Winky, their EPS is high as fuck, right? The expectations. Bear down, baby. Everyone thinks up right now. I bet you this shit is so call heavy. I bet you everybody's buying fucking calls here. You guys gotta be, aren't you? I want to say one last thing right now. If you are interested in trading earnings, someone to really get with is Winky. Winky trades earnings months in advance. Months. So, like, we'll stop looking at Netflix today. Winky, like, will if Netflix has a good or bad ER, he will watch that fucking stock until it's ready to buy or sell again. And he thinks about their earnings trade in advance. So I would always recommend sticking around with Winky and be like, hey, man, whether it burns or goes to the moon, be like, hey, man, what do you think about Netflix from here? You think we start selling it here? Do you think we start buying it in 2 or 3 weeks? What do we do? And I want to talk about one specific ticker, one specific ticker that I have in mind here that just had their ER. That is State Street. State Street had an outstanding setup. And I was like, please, please, please sell. Please, please, please sell your earnings. Take a look at State Street right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring it up. I had said what I like about earnings is when I'm like, yeah, if they sell the news and if the setup is right, come back to it in a week or two. So that dealers don't fuck you, right? I love State Street. Bottom right-hand screen. This is State Street. Why do I like State Street? You want to know why? Well, I like it because their earnings they sold, and they came right back up into the next earnings. Sold down in their earnings. They ramped them straight up into these earnings. And look at this. They did the same shit again. They're above their week or their monthly trigger. Right? It's gorgeous. Comes right back down. Trade is dead. It's gorgeous, right? State Street. One thing I'm scared about is this right here, right? Like they blast this thing down, but there's a nice hook back up. So if I can catch 65, I already told you $75, and I remember you guys said $75 I'm interested in. I'd like to see that trade right there, State Street, for their next ER season. Sell the news before you get there, right? Let's clean this shit up. Hold on a second here. This is Q's. Did I remove the indicators here by accident? Oopsie. I removed the indicators on Q's. I apologize. Remember AMD, right? Remember that time when was it AMD or Winky? What was the time when they didn't run the AI bullshit and it just fucking went to the dumpster? And like 2 weeks later, we were talking about it. We're like, this is bullshit. And it fucking ramped. Remember that shit, bro? That shit was crazy. Remember that, man? Winky was so mad. Oh, dude, that was so bad. He was salty for like 2 weeks. And then like 2 weeks later, they're like AI. Boom. We're gonna have a beer here. I'm gonna have a beer. Grab some tea, grab some coffee, grab some water. Cheers to you. Happy week. Like they didn't know. Oh, it was tragic, dude. They sent it to the fucking gutter. They stepped on it, they kicked it down, and then it just went fucking whoosh. Oh yeah, what did you want to see again? Tell me what you want to see. Market bottom breadth. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, yeah, we got a few minutes. Let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. Hold on. Okay. Let's do it right now. Couple cool things to be watching here. Couple cool things. Thanks for saying something, Spider. Yeah, what's AI? Oh, yeah. What's that? AI? Yeah, we have that. We got AI. Okay. Spider. Couple things here I want to show you. This is market breadth. Down in the gutter, right? About to turn around, right? There are some issues here. There are some issues here. You see shit like this, right? You're like, woohoo, we're down in the gutter. Yay, right? But then, yeah, back down. Yay. Oh, no, back down, right? Yay, back down. Yay, back down. Pretty big move here, right? Down. Pretty big move here, right? Down. When I buy oversold bottoms for a bounce, especially the first one, there's some rules. First rule is what? What's the first rule? Are we close to a bottom, right? We are. We're close to a bottom, right? There's another one close to a bottom. This one down here in the monthly close to a bottom. Second rule on buying bottoms. Second rule, if you were trying to wait, you would have gotten rolled down, right? You would have gotten rolled down. Oh, my God, we're above the daily trigger. Oh, my God. And then they roll you back down. Then they roll you back down. Right? You get fucked. So how do you buy this stuff? How do you know when to buy this? Well, when you're down here, you put time on your trade. Month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. If you leg it down once more, if it comes back up by the time you still have those call spreads on, you get a print, don't you? Brr. The other thing to consider when we're down here in the dumpster is that dealers know that you're going to take a 1 month call. So sometimes what they'll do is they won't bring it back until after the 1 month or after the 3 months. Too many people buying those calls, right? Then after the 3 months, they go up. So I always like time on the trade. Time. So if we're down here right now, right, we have no sign of getting above the hourly trigger yet, do we? We have no, with the hourly trigger, we're not above it, are we? So we're not quite there yet, are we? So my first rule would be this. My first rule would be number one, are we above the hourly trigger? Price above hourly trigger. No, we're not, are we? We're not above the hourly trigger, are we? I'd set the trade up for being above the hourly trigger. But until then, we could possibly continue going down as this liquidates, right? But I'd be looking for it, wouldn't I? Where's the golden ratio? Do you know? The golden ratio right now is at 492. So somewhere here in 492, 490, I'd be looking right now, currently. 492, 490, golden ratio. From here to here, golden ratio, 492. So keep that in your mind. Where's the golden ratio? What's the last thing I'd be looking for? This right here. Have we liquidated yet? We're at a total of 8.0. I think we need to get down to 4.0, 3.0. We're at a very high risk of a liquidation event. Sector liquidation. Real estate's at 0, tech's at 3, utilities are at 10, materials at 7, health's at 1.6. We're almost in healthcare season. Financials at 4.2. Energy, though, has not sold yet. 21. Consumer staples at 15. Utilities at 10. I would be watching I would be watching utilities and consumer staples and wait for them to bloodbath. The moment that they bloodbath, I'd be looking to enter that trade. But let's say you don't want to time it. You got to think about if they bloodbath this down, the turn comes, and let's say they do this. Instead of doing this. And let's say they come up here and they do this and wait. So you got to think about a call spread. Somewhere right where we are, down here with enough time on it. Right? So we're in what? End of April? I'd be like, I want a May, June, July. I'd want like a July 31st call spread. July 31st call spread. I would not want to have that call spread anywhere above 520, like 490 to 520 call spread. That's a nice call spread. Come back down, whipsaws up, print. You could even just enter calls, couldn't you? July 30, 520s. What do those cost? Make sense? When that trade comes, I will be here with you trading it, by the way. I want to see a sector liquidation. We're pretty close to it. We're dangerously close to a sector liquidation. Yeah, you see the pump? The pump is always out there. Look at the pump. It's right there. See it? Do you see the pump? So Spider-Man, the two things I'd say to you is this. If I had some hard and fast rules, right? Number one, I'm looking for a liquidation event. Liquidation event. You should be on stream one day or at home, and you should see the market do what? V-shaped recovery one day, right? Today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever. I'd really like to see like the protection stocks get, or protection sectors get hammered. Like a just quick reset, be sitting there with the call spreads. Yoo-hoo, let's do it. Next thing would be time on the trade. The riskier trade is 1 to 1.5 months. The easier trade is 3 months. And if you make the trade, right, I don't know what your broker is, but if you can take one leg off or not, or make the trade with separate legs, and if you're right, you called it right, what do? Your sold calls, you get those off, right? You close one leg and you just ride that fucker all the way up. We'll trade it together, Spider. I love these trades, man. I love them. They pay really well. They pay consistently. Very low risk. Dan Niles loves the trade. Oversold. You don't even have to take a call spread. Just buy the S&P 500. Just buy the S&P 500. Buy a couple shares. Netflix squeezing up into their bell right now. 347. And put some music on. Not music. Not much movement in SPOOs right now. Not much movement in Qs right now. I'll have the news squawker on to talk to you about Netflix. How about this? Can you guys remind me tomorrow? We have some seasonality stuff to be looking at on the 25th of April. Like XLP. It's getting hammered right now, I think, or that sector is healthcare. It's coming into season, healthcare, XLP. And I really want to be watching sector liquidation. So we'll take a look at XLU, and we'll look at oil too. And we'll start monitoring that stuff, because if we can get that nice little like boom, let's sell the market and let's find a bottom and ramp it, we will. You don't actually need to buy 520. You can buy like 530s or something. 525, 530. You can also offset them with selling options. Spreads are cheaper. You can get that trade down to like $1 or $2. You can go outside the money and then sell them before they ever go in the money. You can buy the S&P 500 and sell puts against it. I've got the news squawker on. I've got Twitter on. I'm going to look for their ER. I think it's 4:05 p.m. Their report.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, 1.5 billion to the buy side.
I'm reading some of the Twitter posts right now. Someone saying, Netflix CR, I'm only trading shares, not holding options into it. OPEX tomorrow. Good point. It's not the numbers. It's only the reaction that matters. Netflix, it's been an absolute premium drain the majority of the time. Be careful. Winky was saying this earlier today. Netflix earnings are considered an early proxy for the whole NASDAQ earnings. That's true. Someone said, I would highly recommend staying away from Netflix earnings as an option seller. Earnings, especially the first of the season, are a complete gamble. That's coming from option selling with Christian. I agree with that, too. I'm going to follow this guy. This guy's smart. I'm going to follow him. A lot of traders out there looking to buy calls into the close because we're at 500 on SPY. So Mamba calls posted, good luck to those gambling on Netflix earnings. The sloth man said nobody is talking about the decline in DVD revenue for Netflix. No, it just doesn't give you an edge, Uncle JBJ. Just no edge. Just no edge. Buy side does not imply anything. We're just talking, the sell side is just an edge, a statistical edge. Netflix implied move is 8.5%. From Christian from Hertz. He's saying, we have seen a lot of names break down. They're going to have to nail earnings for them to not to succumb, in my opinion. I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree that if they come in line, you're going to see a quick rip up. You're going to see a big rip down until their guidance comes out later. I'm with Christian from Hertz on this one. I do recommend to you that if you don't play, you can't lose. You can always come back tomorrow and trade the counter trade, right? If you're a bull, you can watch us bloodbath out, buy a bottom. SPY getting weak into the bell right now. 6 minutes left. Remember I told you earlier on stream, right? Yeah, bro, we're going to buy the calls. Going to ramp up, get out of control here. They're burning calls right now.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get Netflix Q1 2024 earnings.
Not 4 o'clock, it's 4:05.
52 cents, an estimated revenue of $9.26 billion.
Setting up a trade right now. Hold on. Ah, fuck. I gotta do something here. I don't know what to do about Schwab. I still haven't signed the agreement. I still haven't signed my Schwab agreement yet.
To stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls, then sign up today and
zero dates
of Financial Use Pro for a year.
In and out, in and out. You're in and you're out. You're in and you're out. In out. No tomorrow. The whole thesis behind this synthetic trade is that you are able to get in after the bell and out after the bell. Sorry. I don't want to sound frustrated, but you got to understand, if you're asking me that question, that means you don't know what you're doing, so you probably shouldn't be trading this. A synthetically traded tech earnings, why are you doing it through SPY and Qs? Why? Because you cannot get in and out of Netflix options until 9 o'clock tomorrow. That's the reason we're doing these. The reason we're doing this in SPY and Qs is because you can get in and out. You don't give a fuck about the guidance. You don't give a fuck about the vol crush. You don't care about the IV crush. You don't care about the premium kill. You don't care about if people want to buy calls tomorrow morning or not. You don't care if they're going to buy puts tomorrow morning. Dealers are here to take all of your money. All of it. So we're trying to synthetically trade that where you've got like 100, I don't want to say the word, regards. You got like 100 regards all piled into fucking Netflix. You're like, fuck that, I'll trade this instead. There should be an impact on this other ticker, and I'm not going to get caught in that crush tomorrow. And you have the ability to get in and out. Like, you're locked in, man. You're on Netflix and this close, right? You're like, I bought calls on Netflix. You have like a fucking 60% chance, even if you called it right. No, who's buying your calls tomorrow? If nobody's buying your calls, right? Dealers are going to say, sir, how much pay for those? Paid $5. We don't have anybody that wants to buy them from you. How about we give you 10 cents? And you're like, what'd you just say to me? And like, 10 cents. But it's up right now. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Yeah, you're not bag holder. All these kids get bag hold on this shit all the time. And you get to, like, you have to buy a call before 4 p.m. You get to hear the release and slam the buy button. You've got them all beat regardless. You beat everybody. How much does in the money Netflix call cost right now? What does it cost? Guess what a 500C costs right now for today? 19 cents, 20 cents.
So we're surely expecting Netflix
19 cents.
Q1 2024 earnings. Again,
Not $4, not $10, not $30.
52 cents. A revenue estimate $9.26 billion.
I'm looking for $4.99 or $500 if they can go down a little bit more. Like if $4.99s are trading 75 cents, if those fucking things can go to like 10 cents or something, fuck yeah. 500C right now trading 23 cents, 22 cents. If you're not used to this stuff, you don't have to trade this. Listen to me closely, okay? How about you just watch the option chain? Don't trade this. Just watch the option chain. Ho, ho, ho!
So seeing Netflix earnings come through, revenues a beat, $9.37 billion, and estimates of $9.26 billion. EPS a beat at $5.28.
Holy shit!
$4.52. Streaming paid memberships a beat at 269.6 million on estimates of 264.52 million. Streaming paid net changes plus 9.33 million, a beat on the estimate of plus 4.84 million. APAC streaming paid net change is up.
Tag 640 came right back down to the depths of hell.
Of 1.48 million.
Hit both sides just now. Hit the bottom side, hit the upside.
That's a beat at plus 2.53 million on estimates of plus 980.
Look for a dip buy on Spoos.
Looking at some forward guidance now, they're seeing their Q2 revenue at $9.49 billion, which is a miss on the
Spoos gonna rip.
9.51 million. Seeing their Q2 EPS at $4.68, however, which is a beat on estimates of $4.54. So they're seeing their fiscal year operating margin at 25%. They saw 24%.
Wow, they're really fucking around right now. Watch this.
1%. So overall on the headline numbers, Netflix is beating this quarter. However, they are seeing some downward revisions to their next
Spoos gonna rip, trust me.
EPS, however,
Gonna rip.
Quarter they are seeing an increase from the prior. Netflix also report that they are to end reporting their quarterly membership numbers next year as well. Just a point to make.
500C is trading 35 cents right now. Take the money and run. Rip it, baby, to 415, baby. Netflix blasting off right now, trading 627. Can they get back to 650? 640, excuse me. Netflix now trading 635. Spoos. 500C's pumping. Come on, give me a huge pump right now, baby. Be careful here. They're trying to pin this shit. Get up there. I want you to see something here, too. People are selling into Netflix right now, even though they're blasting up. You see the volume coming in. Spoos still squeezing higher right now. Look at how much easier it is to do this shit through SPY, man. I fucking love SPY. Fucking love it. Q's with a nice Q's down here with a nice little push to the upside right now. I'm going to warn you here. This is your first three minutes of after the bell. It will come back down. Be careful. The trade will be dead before you get to 415. Oh, it's so much better to take the money and run. So much fucking better. So much better to trade this shit through Qs. So much better. So much better. Look at that fucking nightmare over there on Netflix. Can you imagine being like a Netflix like call holder? You're like biting your gums out. Oh God, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. Please don't do this to me. Dealers, don't fuck me in the morning. Oh no, dealers, don't do it. Oh. Quickly, think about this. Think about what just happened here. You get to go in when you want to. You get to get out when you want to. You don't care what happens. You don't care anything. You can just like watch the options chain. You'll see it like go like 20 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents. You're grabbing a low. You're setting the sell stop on the upside, getting out. You're in, you're out. We could get to guidance tonight, and they could say something. We could come to the end of the night, and they're selling into Netflix regardless of a great report, regardless of great guidance. Real simple. And you're a fucking winner. And if the guidance comes out terrible, you lost 10 cents, right? You get 100 contracts. You're not like tied into $7, $8 fucking dollars, $15 fucking dollars. If it blasts down, you can buy the dip and run it back up. You wait for that report to come out. You wait for the rip. And then that's it. You're in, you're out. It's the only way that I know to trade it well. Or like at least make some money. And not get fucking super fucked. I've gotten fucked on so many earnings. Dude, I got to tell you guys something. I traded splits on Apple, Tesla multiple times. I was in every one of those trades. Wake up the next day. And I was already up running into them. But I wasn't up a ton. Next day, bunch of call buyers stepped in, and it went up mooned. But I could have waited until the next day because those fucking dealers repriced everything. So even on a split announcement, I didn't do that great on it.
Vucic says
did okay, but not that good.
Market has been very calm about risk of Fed ECB divergence.
ECB Fed divergence. You hear that? ECB Fed divergence. Who cuts first? So you're in, you're out. You get on FinTwit and you're like, woo, made all this money. You're not some asshole sitting on FinTwit tonight biting his nails and my put's going to print, my call's going to print. Or they're on FinTwit going, dude, we got a beat. I'm going to win. And they go, oh, no, I'm fucked. What's happening right now on Netflix? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for here? Tell me. They're waiting for earnings, aren't they? Waiting for, enough earnings, for guidance, right? Guidance. They're waiting for fucking guidance. So second part of the trade now. Second part of the trade on Netflix. What did you get to catch? What did you catch here? You caught that trade in Qs or SPY. You don't give a fuck anymore, do you? You don't care. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. I'm out. See ya. We'll leave it to the regards. All right. Let's Stream will be up in the morning. I may or may not be here. If anything crazy shit happens, I'm going to give you some expectations for tomorrow. Right now, I'm going to give you some expectations. Pin. We pin tomorrow. We're going to drive this shit sideways. That's what we're going to do. 500. We might squeeze up tomorrow. There's a chance. I will have the stream up tomorrow. If I can get on the stream tomorrow, I will. Either way, I'll be in the office. I still have work to do. Our bot is still not done for the pro traders, and I got meetings with the boys. So I will still be here tomorrow. But the stream will be up, and I might not be here if it's just a dull day. If it's like a sideways day, don't expect too much from me. There could be a move if there's a secret there could be a move end of day. Could be a move end of day. If they want to print 520 in the end of the day, go whoop, rip into it. It's possible. It is possible. Maybe not 5. I think they pin 500, but it's possible they could run it up at the end of the day. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. I'll be up here at 9:30 with you, okay? I'll see you then.